Check. All right. It's that time, boys and girls. It's time for another boring debate prep stream. Oh, also, I need to check my folders. So what I want to get done today is come up with my major points for my opening. I have some notes in my phone. I keep having ideas and not writing them down. But also, I want to gather all my research. Platforms get on fine-tuning, Muslim. Fine-tuning. Let's put that back in here. I should have. I don't think I have specifically an Epstien folder. But I have to go through all these past show notes. If I knew the dates that stuff had happened, maybe as I read through this Wikipedia page, I'll get some dates. A lot of this stuff happened before I started saving all of my research in folders. But United Healthcare CEO assassination, 12/9/24, 12/16/24. Don Lemon, January 6. Report. Drones. German market attack. Party conservatives rally around Trump at America Fest. Azerbaijan plane crash. Well, when did they first release the files? That was more recent. Article impeachment, despicable Trump impeachment. Oh, here's one. Virginia Giuffre, Jeffrey Epstein, accuser. DEA says over 100 documented. What is this? Virginia Giuffre, Jeffrey Epstein, and Prince Andrew. Accuser dies at age 41. So she died the week of April 28th. Or she died in between the 21st and the 28th. Okay. The week of the 28th. Virginia Giuffre. Guffrey or Gouffre? Gouffre, party of three. Gouffre, party of three. Guffrey. I don't know. I think people in the media are pronouncing it wrong. Hold on. Let me make a folder. Open a new window. Put that over here. Virginia Giuffre, one of the most prominent victims of the disgraced U.S. financier Jeffrey Epstein, who also alleged she had sexually trafficked Prince Andrew, has died at age 41. Utterly broken hearts that we announced Virginia passed away last night at her farm. In the end, toll of abuse is so heavy. Now, in these files, they've redacted her name and her pictures. And they're redacting. So, like, this is a book. James Patterson wrote a book about Jeffrey Epstein. And why? This is from the House Oversight Committee. Why are they redacting images from a book that's probably publicly available? Like, let me check. Amazon. Search. Filthy Rich. James Patterson. Like, why is this released by the House Oversight Committee? And why are they redacting stuff in this report? Look, See how this stuff's all redacted? This is actually another good argument that it's a bunch of nonsense gobbledygook. Is this right here? Hold on. Oh, wrong window, but that works too. So you see this on Amazon? $10 for Kindle. $17 for the paperback. Then why is the House Oversight Committee taking time to... Why is it not giving me an option to capture this window? Ah, there it is. Why are they redacting stuff from a book that I can order on Amazon right now? Or is it redacted like that in the book? Maybe that's how it looks in the book. But that wouldn't make any sense. Age 17. New Mexico property in the winter. Alan Dershowitz. That's a name to recognize. Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Virginia Guffrey is the name redacted right here. This is a famous picture of her and him together. Photo reportedly taken by Epstien with camera in Maxwell's London house. 17 years old at this time. 17 years old at that time. Let me see something. What is the age of consent in England? Because wasn't Virginia Guffrey was working at Mar-a-Lago when Ghislaine met her at Mar-a-Lago and stole her. Not kidnapped her, convinced her to leave, sniped her, and took her to do this stuff. She always seems so happy in her pictures. Oh, that's Stockholm Syndrome, Josh. Shut up. But she was old enough to have a job at Mar-a-Lago. She was old enough. Age of consent in the UK is 16. So what's happening in this picture right now is not illegal. Just want to throw that out there. But she was trafficked. What do you mean? You mean you quit your job to get another job and you got on a plane and you went to hang out with a prince? Damn, I feel so bad for her. Ah, man. We're already going down the... Is that King in the chat? I'm already going down the wrong line here, King. Dude, I'm going to catch heat for this debate. It's going to be rough. Images of a minor. She's 17 in this picture. The age of consent in Europe is 16. The age of consent in America is 16. Now, okay, it goes to 18 if it's with an adult. If it's with somebody older than, okay, yeah. That's how they get you. That statutory. That dang statutory get you. What is it in America? If you're 25, the campaign is being led by a lawyer, Indira Ginseng, who says the age of consent should be reduced from 18 to 16. In India right now, this is happening. What is this article from? The Week. I got to go turn my heat off. A lawyer in India wants to reduce the age of consent in the country from 18 to 16. Around the world, the age at which a person can legally consent to sexual activity varies widely. In most countries, the age of consent is between 16 and 18, but there are outliers. In France, it's 14. And in some countries, different age restrictions apply to heterosexual and homosexual activity. Isn't that interesting? In California, they reduced the age of consent. Basically, it's not statutory rape if you're a grown ass man sleeping with a 14-year-old boy in California. Isn't that interesting? As long as it's gay, anybody can play. Oh God. There are other factors that go into consent. You about to lose this one bad. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm focusing on Trump. Here's what we got out of 20,000 files dropped. And I got them all right here. 20,000 files dropped. These are the 3 emails we get. That's another thing I need to look up is where is this Bubba rumor coming from? Don't tell me I'm about to lose. You were just agreeing with me. Don't lie, King. The age of consent in the UK is 16, regardless of sex or sexual orientation. But that rises to 18 in a sexual relationship is with an adult in a position of trust, such as a teacher, social worker, sports coach, or doctor. I mean, is Prince Andrew in a position of trust? He's not a doctor or a teacher or a social worker. It is illegal for an adult in a position of trust to have sex with a 16 or 17-year-old in their case, in their care. This is not one of those situations. I know people be like, well, a prince, that's a guy with a position of trust. He's in a position of power. This is talking about when you're left in somebody's care, like a doctor or a teacher or something, or law enforcement, or a psychiatrist or something like that. In most European countries, the age of consent is 15 or 16, but some countries diverge from the norm. Albania, Austria, Hungary, Italy, Serbia, Germany, Montenegro, Portugal, that almost sounds like a racial slur, all set their age of consent at 14. Although in Germany, that only applies if both partners are under 18. But all the other ones, it's fine. In France, Poland, Czech Republic, Sweden, Greece, Denmark, Iceland, the age of consent is 15. Spain, Romania, blah, 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 blah. Luxembourg, Belgium, 16. Ireland and Cyprus, age of consent is 17. Malta and Vatican City have the continent's highest age of consent at 18. Now, this is Europe. North America, the age of consent in Canada is 16. In U.S., it is between 16 and 18, decided by each individual state. 31 of its 50 states has set the age at 16, 8 at 17, and 11 at 18. Many states have a Romeo and Juliet clause. Roughly half of all U.S. states allow children under the age of 18 to get married with special permission, either from the parents or from a court. There are no federal laws against it, meaning minors can marry with parental consent before they can vote, drink, or buy lottery tickets in the majority of the country. They can also work at Mar-a-Lago. They can also board planes with strangers and go hang out with Prince Andrew. So, what is the... Okay, I want to find this victims thing that they just did. Hold on, I got to go turn my heat off. I haven't even gotten into any of my arguments yet. I'm just learning right now. I'm just doing research. Even though I've been covering all of this for almost 4 years, I've covered every freaking Epstien event that's happened over the past 3.5 years. Live. For your viewing pleasure. I just need to refresh my memory on some of these names and stuff. Okay, here's the 3 Trump emails. This is the smoking gun. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Now, that's an expression, and I don't know what it means. The dog that hasn't barked. The dog that hasn't barked is a metaphor, most famously from a Sherlock Holmes story, that signifies the absence of a reaction. Is a crucial clue. It implies that the expected response didn't occur because the situation was not as it seemed, or the people involved were not as they appeared. The key takeaway is the lack of action or statement is itself meaningful information. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. I'm 75% there. That the most condemning one? Mar-a-Lago, Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop because they were stealing girls from Mar-a-Lago. And that's when Trump kicked Epstein out and said, he likes them young. He likes the young girls. I don't know. I also like women, but he likes them a little young. It's kind of weird. He's stealing my employees. So Trump kicks him out of Mar-a-Lago and asks Ghislaine to stop taking girls from his dang hotel employees. I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, not the island, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say, Jeffrey is a great guy, and he has got a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. So this is Michael Wolff, who, hold on, let me pull up. Michael Wolff was Guthrie's attorney, I believe, or Ghislaine's attorney, one or the other. And he wrote a book. Oh, there's another thing I have to look up too. How Trump Can Bury Epstein Files. Shame. Wolff. Why Trump is Obsessed by Burning Evidence. Author Michael Wolff suggests one way Trump remade the DOJ. From the Daily Beast, Trump biographer Michael Wolff explains why he isn't expecting to see the full Epstein files. Well, sucks for you because the bill got signed today. Get out of here with this ad. U.S. President Donald Trump says he signed a bill that orders the release of government files on the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, a significant turning point in a months-long fight over the documents. So now all the people who have been branching off of MAGA and crying about, he says he's going to release the files. When's he going to release the files? He just did. Oh, I'm sorry. It didn't happen on day one. He had important issues to handle. Not this bullcrap. Not this waste of time. Your two perpetrators are dead and in jail. Ghislaine's in a cushy jail. That's going to be one of Homeboy's points that he's going to bring up. He says Trump looks guilty because Ghislaine got moved to a cushy prison in Texas. Now, I'll tell you what I think about that here shortly. But let's keep reading this. In a major reversal, Trump dropped his opposition to the measure last week after pushback from Epstein's victims and members of his own Republican Party. With his support, the resolution overwhelmingly cleared both chambers of Congress. Until recently, Trump has dismissed the need to release the documents, calling it a Democrat-led hoax. And every time Trump said, this is a witch hunt, this is a hoax, he's been right. He hasn't lied to us about the hoaxes yet. Every time we say this is bullcrap, this is a hoax, it's a hoax. Every time we say, look here, look at this laptop. Look at what they're doing during COVID. Look at all the bullshit the CDC's putting out. Kyle Rittenhouse is not a terrorist. He's going to be innocent. Every time we're vindicated. Every time. Every time the Democrats say, oh, look at this, look at this, look at this, and Trump says it's a hoax, turns out to be a freaking hoax, turns out to be a big old nothing burger, which is what we're going to see when these files come out. And everybody who was bitching about the files for months and months and months, I'm going to say, I told you so. I've been telling you the whole time. Your two guilty parties are in prison and dead. And Ghislaine, the reason she's in a cushy Club Med prison getting special treatment is because they're trying to get her to roll over on people. They're trying to get her to roll on names of guys who actually, there are other guilty parties, I'm sure, who knew that they were getting with underage girls and wanted to get with underage girls. And those guys should hang. But court of public opinion, when you release the files, you don't get those guys anymore. You get the public looking at freaking singers and entertainers and politicians who really had nothing to do with it. They just got on the plane once, or maybe they visited the island for a party. They don't know what's going down there. Or maybe they got tricked into sleeping with an underage girl so that the Epstein could have leverage on them, or the CIA or Mossad could have leverage on them. They redacted assets, CIA and Mossad assets names from the files. Somebody said, I think it was Crowder, he said, why does it take so long to redact names? Because there are assets in there. And there are people who were blackmailed unknowingly. And I'm sure there were some grimy dudes who liked young girls. And we should prosecute them. But releasing these files is going to make that less likely to happen, not more likely. Regardless of all that, nobody is calling out Trump. Even Guthrie campaigned for Trump. The only people pointing fingers at Trump are the Democrats, who are probably affiliated. Trump's lack of actions proves he's guilty. Who said that? What is King talking about? There are other factors that go into the consent. I already read that. Can't be in a position of power / authority, never share residence at any time. Pretty much can't know them before the age of 16. Essentially, I mean, there's a ton more, but yeah, it's a sketchy area. Or a prince. Oh, you're saying a prince is a person of trust? So Trump's lack of action proves he's guilty. No. Facts. I don't know what I said that was factual, but I said something. Everything I said has been facts. U.S. President Donald Trump says he signed a bill that orders the release of blah, blah, blah. Justice Department now has 30 days to publicly share all information from federal investigations into Epstein. However, it can withhold files that relate to active criminal investigations or are deemed to invade personal privacy. In a major reversal, Trump dropped his opposition, and people are still going to bitch about that. They're going to say, oh, it's not everything. No, duh, it's not everything. Come on. There was a House committee meeting with Kash Patel there, and he said, we've released everything that we're allowed to release right now. They couldn't, when everybody was bitching, when those binders came out, and everybody got the binders, and everybody was bitching, they're like, there's nothing new here. That's because everything that they were legally allowed to release was released. Now that this bill is signed, they're going to release more stuff, but they're still not going to release everything. Until recently, Trump had dismissed the need to release the documents, calling it a Democrat-led hoax to deflect attention away from his party's work. Exactly. It was just a way. People forget, man. People forget. Oh, yeah, that's the number one argument right there. I got to write that down. I just thought. All right, main point. And then I need 3 supporting points. Epstein files. Epstein, Bergenstein, Nothing Burger. But we need to get the PDF files. Bunch of men sounding like women. Stop being so emotional. Think for a second. Nothing burgers. Epstein, nothing burger. Trump, innocent. Biggest point, which everybody already knows this is the main point. I'm not going to say it out loud because I don't want my op to be listening. Test. Your last rant about why you can't release sucks. Chat can't engage with you. Shit latency. I have awesome latency. You're the one with bad latency. There's also a bit of a latency with how long it takes me to read it. Because I have a bunch of stuff open right now. Perhaps the truth about these Democrats and their associations with Jeffrey Epstein will soon be revealed, because I have just signed the bill to release the Epstein files, he wrote on Truth Social. Although a congressional vote was not required to release the files, Trump could have ordered the release on his own. Lawmakers in the House, and so could Biden. Lawmakers in the House passed the legislation with a 427-1 vote. The Senate gave unanimous consent to pass it upon its arrival, sending the bill to Trump for his signature. The lone vote, and listen, I've been pretty consistent since the beginning with all of this. I have kind of flip-flopped on, do I want him released? Do I not want him released? Do I want him released? Do I not want him released? I know I was at that protest. Everybody kept saying Epstein files, and I was saying, I don't even think we should release the Epstein files. A little bit of that was me just wanting to argue with these libs because all they got is the Epstein files. So I would just throw that in their face like, I don't even think we should release the Epstein files. But they're pretty much, I've kind of always wanted the files to be released. I just didn't really care about it. Like, I knew nothing's going to happen. Epstein's dead. Ghislaine's in prison. Prince Andrew is no longer a prince. What else do you want? You think anybody's going to go to jail further from here after they release these files? If they are, if anybody, once the files drop within the next 30 days, okay, nobody in those files is going to go to jail because of the files dropping. I promise you. Do you know how I know? Because the people who may eventually go to jail in the future over this, they're not going to be in the files. So the files that people have been bitching about getting, release the files, we got it. Trump's not releasing the files. Oh my God, I hate Trump. I'm going to burn my MAGA hat. I'm going to go join the libs at the No Kings protest because Trump didn't release the files like he said he would. The criminals who they're investigating won't be in the files. 31.69-second delay from chat to on screen. Guess it ain't so bad. You like my Rob Knorr hoodie? All right. Although a congressional vote was not required, I already read that. The lone vote against the resolution in the House, the lower chamber, was cast by Louisiana Republican Clay Higgins, who objected to the scope of information could be released. He said it could reveal and threaten thousands of innocent people who may have talked to investigators about the allegations against Epstein. True. Under the law now signed by Trump, Attorney General Pam Bondi must release the documents within 30 days. And I'm not a fan of Pam Bondi. I'm not a fan of any woman in politics, but anyway, I do want to see, because I haven't watched it yet. How would I find this? the women, the victims, where were they outside of the Capitol? Jeffrey Epstein survivors rally. Epstein victims rally with lawmakers support releasing Epstein 2 months ago. 2 months ago. Why does it all say 2 months ago? Didn't this just happen the other day? Why? This happened 2 months ago? Why did I think this just happened last week? Something wrong with my brain. Something's wrong with my brain. Live. Victims of Jeffrey Epstein hold a press conference.
Choosing internet shouldn't be confused.
I didn't talk about this on my show. Maybe I was just sick of talking about Epstein. I don't know what was happening 2 months ago.
Exterior is a shield hiding a wound that still bleeds. But through this wound, I have found purpose. To be part of lasting change in how we confront exploitation and abuse. And to be clear, the only motive for opposing this bill would be to conceal wrongdoing. You have a choice. Stand with the truth.
The wrongdoers, open criminal investigations won't be released, whether this bill passed or not. They're still not going to release those names. Those names won't be released until somebody's indicted or charges are pressed, and then it becomes public record. But while there are active criminal ongoing investigations going into people, this does nothing. You know what it does? Now, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I'll make people mad at me.
Or with the lies that have protected predators for decades. I am no longer weak.
Oh my God.
I am no longer powerless.
How many millions of dollars have you gotten already for your fake lip injections?
And I'm no longer alone. And with your vote, neither will the next generation be. President Trump, you have so much influence and power in this situation. Please use that influence and power to help us.
What happened to all the emails have been released? Are you talking about all of this stuff? You talking about the House Oversight Committee? You talking about these emails? They're open in front of my face. What about them? You talking about over 20,000 emails released with 3 negative ones about Trump? They say that he's mentioned in 1,200 of them. Mainstream media is only reporting on 3 of them. PBS, NPR, NBC, CNN, ABC. 3. These 3 right here. Now, according to a meme I saw on Facebook, he's mentioned in 1,200 of them. And I've done Control F searches through a handful of them. These, like a lot of this stuff is pictures from a James Patterson book that you can order on Amazon right now for $16. By the way, all of this has been available. They say this is, well, no, there is some stuff is new and unreleased, but like this is from a James Patterson book. You can buy the book on Amazon right now for $16. Breaking news. We got pictures of a James Patterson book. Like, I don't even know why this is in here. Do they just want me to go through a bunch of nothing? Like, I could just buy his book. I don't have to buy his book now. I got a screenshot of every page in his book. Look, I can just... Half of these emails are just screenshots of this book. I'm trying to find some damning pictures. I'm trying to find some crazy photographic evidence. All I'm seeing is Screenshots from a book. These aren't even screenshots. They just copied and... If I could have just bought the book. So that's one folder. Not much in there. How do I go back? I don't want to... If I hit back... Okay. Let's try folder 2. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we got some statements, some witness statements. Last time, who is this? And the last time you spoke to the FBI was a year and a half ago. It was a while ago. Mr. Leopold. Objection answered. Mr. Tien. Solar flare. And the last time you spoke to the federal prosecutor's office, I don't know. Did any of the FBI tell you? Marie Villafona had spoke with Mr. Leopold. No. Did any of the FBI tell you? Mr. Herman. No. 51 Omen spoke with Mr. Leopold. FBI. Jeff Stolman spoke with Mr. Leopold. Like, we could just research all these names. Text message FBI. Do you know Detective Ricari spoke with your father? No. I don't know what this is in reference to, though. We took this photo of you in a warehouse simulating being gang raped by a bunch of... Objection. Mischaracterizes the photograph. The lack of foundation and predicate. Fully explain if you need to. The witness, I will. First of all, this is not a warehouse. This is in Stephen Redacted's garage. Second of all, so that last name seems interesting. Second of all, I'm not being gang raped. Everyone has their clothing on. Thirdly, if you look at all the other pictures in this album, I'm drinking. What's when you're sick, you drink it. You can't ask questions to counsel. All right, I'm drinking like Sprite. This is the victim. They said, victim, we have pictures of you being gang raped in a warehouse. She said, I'm not being gang raped. We're all wearing clothes. I'm drinking Sprite because I had a tummy ache. No, not drinking any kind of alcohol. If you would look at my other pictures in that album, you guys, well, this is a witness. You guys, it's okay, witness, not victim. But they said, we heard you were getting gang raped in a warehouse. No, I'm not getting gang raped in a warehouse. You guys picked probably the worst pictures out of there to present, and it was just a goofy picture. All these kids like to be goofy, and that's what we were doing. What's the man on the left picture holding a beer bottle as if it were a penis towards your mouth? Uh-oh, that sounds like Grace. What up, Grace? Damn. Steven something. Who's the man behind you right up towards your backside with you bent over? That one, the right side, kissing with his mouth. That's Nick something. He's the one grabbing towards the groin area of Steven. Yes. And there's 3 other men in the photo. What are their names? The one on the left with the hat. That's Robbie something phonetic. Smiling. What's a Robbie name that would be hard to spell? Smiling. Yes. Who's the one kissing? Mr. Leopold, don't interrupt. Let her finish the record. She's testifying. I know you don't like this picture, my friend. The picture is fine. Who's the one with the hat? No, hold on. Stop. You have to let the witness finish her answer. She was in the process of explaining. You cut her off. Please finish what you were saying, and then counsel can ask whatever he wishes after that. Okay. This guy, just make the record clear who you're referring to. On the far left is John Redacted. He's the one whose head is near the groin of Stephen. Gay, right? Yes. And in the middle, there's a man smiling. Who's that? That's Robbie. Who's the one in the red hat kissing? Mr. Brandon something. Let me stop you for a second. Are you done? Yes, I'm done. Who is da-da-da? My sister's friend. Well, she's a mutual friend, but more my sister's. What's her name? Blank. Spell that. Have you spoken to her about this case? My sister's name, what's his last name? Have you spoken to Vince about this? Hold on. We're going to find the smoking gun if we have to go through 20,000 emails just to make Freddie happy. This person's house you went to on New Year's Eve. No, it wasn't at her house on New Year's Eve. Where were you when they took the pictures of, can you say blazed? That's on your website. I wouldn't know it. Or wait, we're at a birthday party for some girl's 16th birthday. What are you drinking at the party? There was no alcohol or anything there. What does blaze mean? It's like, it just means I like messed up, but we weren't. If you look at the picture, messed up like drunk, right? Sure. Who's blazed means high. A girl I know from like 2 years ago. She's the one you were supposed to be staying with when you were drinking with Nick. See, I don't know, in the Royal Palms. I don't know what any of this is in reference to. Right? So if you look through 20,000 pages, I am unsubscribing. I won't. I'm not. Hey, let's go. Grid just subscribed. He's going to unsubscribe. We're not going to make it through 20,000 pages. I do want to, like, so is this whole folder? Okay, so this is all about this case, which seems like nothing. Oh, wait, hold on. Some of this stuff gets like softcore porn, to be honest. Apostle Paul, Sister Teresa, and Joan of Arc. One evening in the human neurophysiology laboratory. I was invited by Dr. Heath to join him and several other brain scientists behind a two-way mirror to watch an interview with Donna while electrical current was being put through her recording electrodes. We watched and listened as a psychiatrist interviewed her about her past. The patient was speaking about her childhood. Neurophysiologist intermittently pushing the button, evoking brain stimulation with very low current applied to the septum. See, I don't know what this is. They're doing dang science experiments on people now. Further readings in search of the miraculous. Like, what is this? The Hebrew alphabet, a mystical journey, book of letters. Like, a lot of this stuff is like from books people wrote. Chapter 2, doesn't everybody? What book is this? Because I bet you I could just go buy this book on Amazon. Like the last book. Here we go. Chapter 1, acknowledgments. Fetzer Institute for their support in this work. Vice President Dr. Paul Gailey. Desperate times could be blended and meaning, blah, blah, blah. Methods of the nearness of grace. There it is again. Holy cow. Personal science of spiritual transformation. Hold on. Let's see if this is available on Amazon. Secret files dropped, guys. Secret emails finally released. James Patterson's Filthy Rich, and let's see if this is available on Amazon. This one's not available on Amazon. Probably didn't get published. A personal science of spiritual transformation. Okay, this one's not available on Amazon. Unfortunately. Okay. Is this folder? Okay, more of the book. Some book about weird experiments and whatnot. Folder 3. Oh, we got graphs. Rolling 3 months chain in bond yields and equity. Track record of mixed stocks following bond yield spikes. Follow the money. What? This is Brexit and stock market stuff? What does this have to do Proposal to repeal the federal estate tax. Tax alert 2016. 2016 election tax changes expected. This stuff is the stuff that I am not equipped to analyze this stuff, but this is stuff that is interesting. Follow the money. What does the stock market have to do with it? Epstein estate documents. Okay, so this is just all documents from his estate, emails. Here we go. After considering your request of unsealing the appellate briefs with the redactions of certain identities, we take no position on behalf of Mr. Epstein. I appreciate your courtesy in providing me with more time to respond given the holidays. Thanks, Marty. Stipulation 1 minor edited. So, Exhibit G. We write on behalf of the non-party. Okay, pretty much. They say that Trump is in 1027 of the document of the emails. I've gone through here and I've control F'd and searched for Trump on a lot of these. I wonder if I can control F on all of them at the same time. What the heck was that? It's nothing. Nothing. He was a businessman. He's going to have business emails. True. Very true. So that's what a lot of this is. All right, let's see. Let's do a little op research on this guy. So this is the guy we're debating. I've watched 47 minutes of this.
You to just be like, yeah, this is problematic, and they're like, drain
the swamp. So as emails come out showing you part of a swamp, and then when you campaign, when you're not in power, it's easy to say, yeah, we'll release the Epstein emails, even though Trump was a little bit more hesitant about those than JFK files and such during the campaign. But when you're actually in power, you can't just say like, yeah, we'll get to that. You have to look like you're draining the swamp if that's the predicate for your political career. And that's where you see the people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie breaking away from Trump on that particular question.
All right, guys, very fortunate on last-minute notice here to get Congressman Ro Khanna to join us this morning. Of course, he has been the Democrat leading the push to get the Epstein files released.
Dude, who actually watches Crystal Ball? Like, hangs out and just watches Crystal Ball.
Great to see you, Congressman.
She does look like someone took away her birthday party.
2 breaking point appearances in the same week. Must be my lucky week here.
She's sitting there with her. She's holding the piñata just all alone.
Our lucky week. Yeah. People were very interested in what you had to say last time. I have a suspicion he's timing out.
Lawrence O'Donnell, Kash Patel, and no one in Congress had done it. So
I don't really care what Crystal Ball has to say about anything. I just want to hear this guy's takes. I've heard some of his takes. Typical lefty. Trump man, orange man bad. Orange man bad.
I talked to Comer. I said, we've got to get these documents. To his credit, he subpoenas the Epstein estate, and the Epstein estate has been producing these documents drip by drip by drip. And today, of course, comes out.
To his credit, no. Stop with that shit. To his credit, he realized that if he didn't do that, that would be huge for you guys to constantly go on the news cycle and just be like, listen, they want to talk this big game. They haven't even subpoenaed the Epstein estate. Like, they understood that was
And Trump was probably more worried about the estate documents coming out than he is about the Lolita Express and the island. He was probably more worried about the estate documents coming out because maybe he did some financial stuff with Epstein. Maybe he wasn't raping young girls on an island somewhere, but maybe he had some business dealings with him. That wouldn't surprise me. But that's not what the accusations are. He was a New York Democrat. He went along with them to get along so he could build. He had to, rub shoulders with rich, powerful people to climb through the ranks and to become who he is. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's got some sort of financial dealings with Epstein at some point in his life. And he doesn't want that to come out because it's going to look bad. But that's not what the accusations are. People are calling him a pedophile. These lefties call Trump that.
A losing news cycle. So they were just like, you had Comer just kind of capitulate there and go, yeah, you know what? I think, this is a little bit, I don't think they're going to find nothing.
The first time some of the emails saying that Trump knew about the abuse of these young girls and the guilty conduct. And I expect far more documents are going to.
It's not what it said. It says he knew they stole a girl from Mar-a-Lago. They were getting girls from Mar-a-Lago and hiring them, taking his employees. And he asked Elaine to stop it. And then he kicks Jeffrey Epstein out of the hotel. They just hate the competition. Yeah. Yep.
Going to be coming out over the next couple months.
Yeah, I was speculating earlier that maybe these emails came from Michael Wolff or Ghislaine. Are you able to tell us anything about that, Congressman?
It says who they're from.
Not the specifics of who they're coming from, other than the Epstein estate, and that the estate has thousands of more documents. But what this really
okay, they must be talking about different emails, because it says from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, and then one of them says from Jeffrey JEE Vacation to Michael Wolff. Hold on. This is Michael Wolff. No, they're not going to let me read it.
The importance of continuous testing is due to the fact that LLMs are probabilistic.
What the heck? Okay, I'm not watching this Daily Beast. You're going to run an ad every 2 seconds? I'm not watching it.
he says is we've got to get the full release. We shouldn't be reliant on the Epstein.
I don't care about him just watching. Let's see him watching the Carolyn Levitt thing. Or the, yeah.
You know, Firefly's Adobe's generative.
Oh my God, there's ads everywhere. Somebody's going to say, just get ad blocker.
Been released by House Democrats. Separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And
what's he giggling about? We read them all. In fact, one of them seems like Michael Wolff here and Jeffrey Epstein are trying to find leverage on Trump, which is what Epstein was known for doing. Setting guys up so he could blackmail them and leverage them and use them. And that's what they're talking about Trump right here. Shocker.
And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked.
And they were born in the same town. Of course, they knew each other. They had run-ins at certain points.
Him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to,
that's, again, we've looked at the records, and that's not why.
with the name of the victim that was unredacted.
Are you going to add more to it than that? What did the records say? Because I've looked at the records, and that's what it says. What secret information does he have?
Now and has since.
I listened to one of his streams for 3 hours. I don't see him doing like crazy deep dives into secret government records. Like he's just watching CNN and crystal ball.
It's been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it. Virginia Guthrie. And it was CBS's own reporting,
Actually, do not use Bible papers because they won't burn.
That recently wrote that Miss Guthrie maintained.
That's not true.
They use a very special polymer that makes it almost impossible to burn them. That's why, like, anytime you see that, everything burned in my house except for my Bible, it's like, that wasn't the Holy Spirit. That was Scotchgard.
And God rest her soul.
Well, at least the ones in hotels burn.
That she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she.
Don't ask me how I know that.
Ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party and you.
Oh, you've been.
That's because they're not Watchtower, Gideon's Bibles. They're made with very cheap paper, but it burns. I didn't burn a Bible in my. Never mind.
Been lied to? Yeah.
You should all go ask them after this.
I tried it.
Briefing.
I tried it with a Gideon's Bible when I ran out of papers at a.
Dude, they do work. He's telling. Holy crap! Hey, me and this guy actually have something in common. But they do work. I don't know what he's talking about. I used to live in hotels. Anyway, that's not a good story.
Hotel once, and yeah, it
of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is unfortunately no longer with us.
Oh, so it was Virginia Guthrie. So you're just admitting that was Virginia Guthrie that was with him for hours. Wow.
It's Guthrie. But he's read all the secret documents. There's no TH in her name.
That was a bad way to handle that. Also, what is with her lip? Is her lip about to fall off?
Mary.
Thank you, Kelly. 2 questions on this. In the interest of transparency.
It's not
gosh.
out of the way, you figured.
What's this dude doing? Running an ad every 12 seconds?
The full files.
Botox isn't working for her, and honestly, she should have stayed away.
On Epstein. Get this
God, isn't she only didn't she just turn 30? Like, fucking A.
This administration has done more with respect to transparency.
Carolyn Levitt? I think she's like 50. Right? Didn't she just turn 30? I'm pretty sure we looked this up the other day, and she's older than she looks. She's older than her husband. Oh, she's 28. What the? Maybe who am I thinking of? Wow, she's not even. No way. She's 28. Who am I thinking of that's young? Maybe it's Pam Bondi. Oh, it's because her husband is like 50 and she's 28. They have a 32-year age gap between. That's what we were looking up. Because I remember the age gap. And I was like, somebody said something about it. They said her husband's 60 and she's 28. And I was thinking, I had it flipped in my head. Yeah, that he's 60 and she's 28.
Fuck off. God damn it. The fact they can say this shit with a straight face and then nobody does what I just did is...
When it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever.
This is how you know everything's a farce.
In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents to the American people.
Why not all of them then? Why are you guys doing all this, like this dog and pony show to make sure that we don't get it? What's with the Mike Johnson bits? Like, why are you doing the obvious thing here of hiding this?
We are cooperating and showing support for the House Oversight Committee. That's part of the reason you are seeing these documents that were released today because of...
And by the way, he's saying this the day after 20,000 emails were dumped. This is 3 days ago. Today, Trump signed the bill to release all of the everything except open criminal investigations. You're still not going to get that until somebody's indicted, and then it will become public record. So even that stuff is going to go public eventually. They're not going to let it go until they're ready to arrest somebody. Weird to see a grown man with Pokemon paraphernalia front and center. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I got a Dragon Ball poster on my wall, so I can't say much.
I think it might be eating her. I think so.
The House Oversight Committees and Republicans' efforts to get these out to the public. This administration also moved, the Department of Justice also moved to unseal grand jury testimony, which we know, unfortunately, a judge declined those requests. So this administration has done.
Yes, because that's exactly it. That was the smoking gun, not his private text messages saying, hey, you know what? Donnie's been quiet for a minute, but it does seem like he could still bark.
More than any. And it just shows how this is truly a manufactured hoax.
It seems like Epstein was afraid that Trump wasn't saying anything.
By the Democrat Party. For now, they're talking about it all.
Grand jury testimony is nothing. I know.
All of a sudden, because President Trump is in the.
Well, I know this. Do the rest of the people in America? No. Is there a large contingent of people that will not only eat up this slop but continue to spew it out online like it's
the Oval Office.
something that it's something that they know because they just.
What's the word I'm thinking of that starts with an I, where they try to take you out of the presidency? Why can't I think of this word right now? Not indictment, impeachment. That's the word I'm looking for. Why would they let him run and win? In a Biden-ran DOJ and FBI.
It's not that they just heard it and they're regurgitating it.
But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up. This wasn't an issue that they cared about.
Jesus, it's every single one. It's every single talking point that I find on Facebook.
Because they actually.
Yeah, buddy, get ready. You're going to hear more of it. Because often what becomes a talking point is something that's obvious and it's a good argument that you have no rebuttal for except, man, they don't like the Democrats. Get ready, because I'm going to make you deal with it.
Actually don't care about the victims in these cases. They care about trying to score political points against President Trump.
He said earlier in the video, he said the reason that they didn't release it under Biden is because Biden didn't have enough time. Okay.
As we have, of course, seen with this government shutdown, and this entire.
The thing is, this isn't.
He had 2 years.
Like half-witted person. This is not exactly a defense.
Entire thing, again, it's not a coincidence to the American people at home. There are no coincidences.
That's not exactly an argument.
In Washington, D.C., and it is not a coincidence.
Oh my God!
An outdoor summer wedding. It's like 100 degrees.
Dude, y'all better be thankful I don't be running ads in my streams or in my videos. We do the minimal ad run in the videos. This is a video.
This one always broke me. So you're telling me that they wouldn't have used this to win the election then?
Yeah.
Coincidence that the Democrats.
Really? They waited that long? Okay.
Leaked these emails to the fake.
You have a response to that? And by the way, this is before he knew he was debating me. So it's not like he's not giving his rebuttal because he thinks I might watch it and learn what his rebuttal is. He's not giving a rebuttal because he doesn't have a good one. Earlier in the video, he gave a rebuttal and it was Biden only had 2 years. What are you talking about?
News this morning ahead of Republicans reopening
Yes,
the government.
yes.
This is another.
I was about to say that, Grid. It could just be a commentary on Biden, the fact that he was asleep and incapacitated and mentally unaware. It's hard for a corpse to get much done.
Another distraction campaign by the Democrat.
No, it's actually this was one of the.
But he won't bite that bullet. I'll bite that bullet. I'll give him an argument for here. You can have this one on me. Here's your rebuttal when I bring this up, because you know I'm gonna. Here's your rebuttal. Well, Biden was like retarded and half dead the whole time, so I didn't really expect him to do much of anything. But he's not gonna say that. I'm sure he probably thinks Biden was one of the greatest presidents in history. Wait, he thinks that Trump could have released the files while he was campaigning? Is that what he's saying? Yeah, because this all started. No. Unless he's talking about when Trump was running for his second term in 2019 and 2020. But the Epstein stuff was 2022, right? 2025. Federal charges sex trafficking minors in Florida. He died in his jail cell. Oh, no, 2019. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's saying that Trump could have done it at the end before the election. So that's an argument. Trump didn't have enough time. Trump had, July to November. Trump had 4 months. Then Biden had 4 years to do it before Trump ran for his second term in 2024. But Biden didn't release it. But if he's arguing that Trump could have done it to get the Democrats and make sure that he won in 2020, Trump had 4 months. Remember, Trump released thousands of documents in 2019. CCTV footage. Support the conclusion. Judge dismissed all charges. Epstein had a decades-long association with British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, who recruited young girls for her, leading to her 2021 conviction of U.S. federal charges of sex trafficking and conspiracy for helping him procure girls, including a 14-year-old. I think that's the youngest, is a 14-year-old. For child sexual abuse and prostitution, Epstein made much of his fortune by providing. But the majority of them were 15 to 17. Can I get a list of victims? That's why I was watching this. We've talked about the payouts.
Because we need it now, and this country needs it now. Thank you.
Hello.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's
God,
founder.
I hate ads. And set up the prosecution of Maxwell. Yeah, and Trump had 4 months to do all that. Biden had 4 years.
With Epstein and Maxwell. That same year, 1996, my sister, Maria Farmer, reported what happened to me there, along with reporting her own assault at their hands and their theft of sensitive photos of herself of me and our younger sister that she had taken for her work as a figurative painter. I am now 46 years old.
I could be wrong on this time. The election. No, yeah, I am wrong. Trump had a year. Trump had a year and 4 months. Right? Because the election was 2020. January 6, 2020 or 2021. Elections in 2020. January 6th happens on 2021. Yeah, so he had a year and 4 months to release it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I was wrong on that.
30 years later, we still do not know why that report wasn't properly
30 years.
investigated, or why Epstein and his associates were allowed to harm hundreds, if not thousands, of other girls and young women. We have never been told whether those images were found when they discovered a large amount of child sexual abuse material on his property. As a psychologist, I understand that when the systems meant to protect us recreate the abuse cycle, the betrayal that occurs can be just as damaging as the original trauma. This happens when survivors of these crimes are not believed.
Dude, I'm going to piss a lot of people off in this debate because I'm going to say some stuff. I'm going to lose the debate. I'm going to throw the debate. I'm going to throw the debate, and I'm going to say some stuff that a lot of people is going to think is crazy. They're not going to like it. And I'm going to see the feminists jump out of everybody.
When our well-being is not weighed as heavily as those who have more resources or more privilege, and when perpetrators of these crimes are given a platform rather than the survivors of them. For so many years,
because I know King knows exactly what I'm thinking right now. I know King knows what I'm thinking right now. But I'm not going to say it.
It felt like Epstein's criminal behavior was an open secret. Not only did many others participate in the abuse, it is clear that many were aware of his interest in girls and very young women and chose to look the other way because it benefited them to do so. They wanted access to his circle and his money. Their choice to align with his power left those of us who had been harmed by this man and his associates feeling very isolated. I could never have imagined being here today and this chorus of support that we have all received. I have been sent so many notes and messages from people with no direct connection to this case who've expressed their solidarity with us. And I believe that is because, in part, as Anushka explained so well, this is an extremely widespread issue of child sexual abuse, of sexual exploitation, of sexual violence. This affects almost every family in some way. From my conversations with women in these last few days and from all of the support that we've received, it's very clear to me that we are not going away, we are not going to be quiet, and we are not going to give up. And I ask the American public to stand with us and not give up. At a time with record high levels
there is
of
that
distrust in
too.
our
I can't see what he said. I'm not on live chat. I'm on top chat. I have a feeling that the Trump admin delayed the release of Epstein files so that they could take the steps to prosecute Epstein's associates. If the list is released too early, they'll scatter. Yeah, that's one of the points I've made over and over again for years now is they can do this better if they don't release the list to the public and they work behind the scenes to get these guys. Once you release it to the public, like the public focuses on people who probably weren't even involved, just big names they see on the list, celebrities, musicians, stuff like that. The public focuses on them, their childhood hero, now flew on Epstein's plane, and they're losing their damn minds. Oh my God, he's a PDF file. I loved him all my life. And that guy, meanwhile, had no involvement in it. But the guys who did have involvement in it that the public has never heard of, they disappear. But the public doesn't care. Public doesn't know who that guy is. Public cares about Mark Wahlberg being on the plane.
Institutions and a perception that there are two Americas, one for those with power and privilege and one for everyone else. Passing this Epstein transparency bill is one important step that can be taken to prove to Americans that the government does not side with sexual perpetrators. A thorough public review of this information is an important step in preventing the type of systemic failures that have occurred in this case and harmed all of us. An important step towards healing for those involved. Thank you.
And there's MTG.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to say thank you, everyone, for being here today on this very powerful and special day for all of us here.
For 6 years, they have said they are reviewing the footage to see what, if anything, is criminal activity. So where is the indictments? Where's the video proof? Well, even with this bill that Trump just signed, where did we read it? It was the Guardian article, I believe. Maybe it was this one. Somewhere we just read it a little while ago, but any open cases, they're not going to release that yet, which is good. That, solves that problem of. So they're going to release these files and it's going to be a big nothing burger again, but that doesn't mean they're not working behind the scenes to get the really bad guys. The guys who knowingly were trying to sleep with underage girls. Those guys, hang them. But a lot of these guys were blackmailed. They were at an adult party, hanging out with rich people on an island at an adult party. They get told, oh, by the way, we have a massage room, and hey, they do happy endings in there. The guy's like, okay, I'll go check it out. And he goes in, gets massaged up, has a little fun, walks out of the room. Hey, by the way, she's 15. And we had cameras in there. Now I own you. You do what I say now. That's blackmail. And should there be a punishment for that? It'd be like the equivalent of like how manslaughter is to murder. I guess, yeah, there'd be a punishment for it. It's statutory, but accidental or unknowing statutory, like they were getting set up. Does that guy need to do life in prison and get burned at the stake? No. He got tricked. He got set up. His mistake was being promiscuous and sleeping with a woman out of wedlock. That's about it. I think they clipped in the hard drives and the video is gone. We will be told it has been lost or corrupted. Terabytes of video, not even 30 seconds of it released. Yeah, but a lot of it they're not going to release. If it is CP, they're not going to release that. But also if guys were tricked and blackmailed, I don't want that released. Roughly 23,000 documents released. Emails and texts show Epstein courted prominent politicos from both sides of the aisle, impressed academics, and used his connections to push back on negative stories about his alleged crimes. Epstein's career as a wealthy financier who gave money to universities and other causes put him in many elite circles. The circles did not entirely close to him after he pled guilty to state charges of solicitation of prostitution and of solicitation of prostitution with a minor under the age of 18 in 2008. Reading through the text message and emails released. Dude, they're showing me so many suit ads. I already bought my suit. Stop showing me suit ads. There's an apparent letter of recommendation for Epstein from linguist Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky calling him a highly valued friend that recalled how Epstein connected with him, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Yeah, his name's popping up a lot. And that leads to the Mossad connection. Jeffrey constantly raises searching questions and puts forth provocative ideas. There's advice Epstein gave to Steve Bannon, Trump's former strategist, about ways to build a far-right political movement overseas. If you're going to play here, you'll have to spend time. Europe by remote doesn't work. Lots and lots of FaceTime and hand-holding. Europe can be a wife, not a mistress. Larry Summers having intimate personal chats with Epstein, including asking for romantic advice and joking about women's intelligence. I yipped about inclusion, wrote Summers in 2017. I observed that half the IQ in the world was possessed by women, without mentioning they are more than 51% of the population. Summers resigned as Harvard's president in 2006 after arguing that women may be innately less capable in math and science. Well, I can't disagree with him on that. In the weeks since the latest Epstein emails release, he has resigned from the board of OpenAI and abruptly left his teaching role at Harvard, as the university announced a probe of information concerning individuals at Harvard, including the newly released Jeffrey Epstein, to evaluate what actions may be warranted. So this guy might be a grimy, he's from Harvard. Summers isn't the only high-profile Democrat who found himself in varying degrees Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. Hold on a second. I have to write stuff down to memorize it better. Okay, let's go back to that. Oh, wait.
I was minor victim 1 in federal indictment of Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 2019. I was one of dozens of girls that I personally know who were forced into Jeffrey's mansion on 9 East 71 Street in New York City when we were just kids. Today is the first time that I ever speak publicly about what happened to me. I never thought that I would find myself here. The only reason that I am here is because it feels like the people who matter.
Minor victim 1 in the 2019 federal indictment of Jeffrey Epstein has been publicly identified as Marina Lacerda. Lacerda waived her anonymity and spoke publicly September 2025 about the abuse she suffered as a teenager. She met Epstein in New York in 2002. She's going to say all this, but... And this is what okay. They talked about this in the Netflix documentary. They were getting $300 a night. A friend told her she could earn $300 for giving an older guy a massage, an opportunity that turned into a nightmare. She was abused by Epstein from ages 14 to 17, at which point he told her she was too old. Right, because he needs them to be under 18 so that he can blackmail guys. And it's not like he was picking girls that looked like, because like I'm reading a book right now. It's a Stephen King book about an assassin, and he's trying to assassinate a rich and powerful guy. And the rich and powerful guy likes young girls. So he gets this girl. The assassin has this friend who's a girl, and she's 21, but she looks younger. And he says, okay, he likes young girls, so we need to make you look as young and innocent as possible. So she cuts her hair short, and basically they do things to make her look as young as possible. That's not what Epstein was doing. Epstein was looking for girls who were under 18 who looked more mature, attractive, 15, 16, 17-year-old girls who looked like they were adult age, to easier trick guys into sleeping with them, to use as blackmail when afterwards they find out she's 15. That's the opposite of what you would...
in this country finally care about what we have to say. As an immigrant from Brazil, I feel empowered knowing that the little girl struggling to get by at 14 and 15 years old finally has a voice. For the first time, I feel like I matter as an American. I was only 14 years old when I met Jeffrey. It was the summer of high school. I was working 3 jobs to try to support my mom and my sister when a friend of mine in the neighborhood told me that I could make $300 to give an older guy a massage. It went from a dream job to the worst nightmare. Jeffrey assistant Leslie Groff would call me and tell me that I needed to be at the house so often that I ended up dropping out of high school.
Hold on, I gotta make a folder real quick. What is this? Oh, this is not related. This is something different. Whatever, it's in there now. I'll just put it in a different folder. I do want to watch this, though. Is it E-I-N or I-E-N? E-I-N. I spelled it wrong. I spelled Epstein. I don't need to put this guy in my folder. This is actually, I reported on this when it happened. This is when she died. On April, somewhere around April 28th, April 26th. Because in case you didn't know, I'm the folder holder. I got folders. I got these are my show notes for every week since I started saving them. So I could go through here and I can see, oh, on 4/28, Virginia Guffrey died. I was going to go through here and look for anything related to Epstein. Diddy trial. El Chapo. President Biden's prostate cancer. Well, let me run through this real quick. Elon Musk. LA protests, ICE officials. No Kings protests. Vance Bolter captured. Airstrike. I wish I knew the dates of when did they do those binders to all those creators. Oh, here we go. Ghislaine Maxwell is talking. This is from July 28th. What can't you tell and what will she believe? DOJ asked her about roughly 100 different people on the second day of interview. So we talked about this on the show back in July. And this is why Maxwell got moved to a cushy prison. Also, and it's not there, she's getting a lot of privileges that I don't think she should be getting. But another reason, other than just the fact that she was snitching and she was talking to the DOJ, that she got moved. Also, if you're only remaining surviving imprisoned person involved with this trial, you can't put him in Gen Pop in freaking the hood. What do you can't just have her in a normal jail. She's going to get shanked up. Because one of this guy's arguments, one of Pep Talk's arguments that I heard is that he says Trump is guilty because he said the biggest, most damning thing against Trump is that Trump moved her to a cushy Club Med jail in Texas. And he said, how come all the MAGA red hat wearers weren't out there protesting that they were moving Ghislaine to that prison? This was after Ghislaine started talking to the DOJ in July of 2020. Is this 2024? Oh, no, this is 2025. But Epstein survivor describes victims' bittersweet feelings. This is the Wayback Machine. Here we go. Oh, wait, that's Bill Gates. Open link in. Oh, Bill Gates is involved. Shocker. This is new. Epstein messages show effort to connect with former friend Bill Gates. Messages from the tranche of Jeffrey Epstein related documents released by Congress on November 13th shed new light on the deceased sex offender's effort to court billionaire Bill Gates. Newly released material from 2017 shows a series of text messages between Epstein and an apparent advisor to Gates discussing the tech baron and other attendees at an annual banquet in Washington. Epstein had been hoping to sell Gates on a donor-advised fund, a tax-deductible charitable vehicle Epstein wanted to operate. But that never ultimately materialized. Yeah, because he went to prison and then he ended up dead. Gates was interested in the idea, the advisor said, but for the misgivings of one person who didn't want him communicating with Epstein, Gates' then-wife, Melinda. They get divorced? Did they get divorced? Then-wife? Put it in the folder. Hold on a second. Let me put all this in the folder so I can close all these tabs. I got too many tabs open. Minor victim 1. Good Morning America?
Jeffrey Epstein. She's telling her story publicly for the first time as lawmakers in Capitol Hill push for the release of all the...
But then it ends.
Dude, oh my gosh. Why do all these girls... Never mind. Stop. Don't say it. Don't say it.
With either you having sex with him, whether you like it or not.
She became a part of a network of young girls in Astoria, Queens, recruited to be with Epstein, similar to what prosecutors say he did in Palm Beach, Florida.
When he has somebody new in his life, he likes to see them a lot. So I went there a whole bunch of times, and, you know, it led to, unfortunately, he forced me to have sex with him, basically.
Lacerda said she was paid thousands of dollars, and that as a young immigrant from Brazil, she says
she's got a lot of work done since she was a young lady.
Lacerda said she was paid thousands of dollars, and that as a young immigrant from Brazil, she says she believed being associated with a financier could lead to better opportunities.
It never happened, obviously, you know, because...
What do you mean it never happened? You're a multimillionaire now.
It came to a point when I was, I'd say 16 and a half or 17. He didn't want me anymore.
I need to find the folder that I have that talks about the payouts so far. It's something like $33 million so far has been paid out from multiple different, what was the one? It was a bank. A bank paid out like $28 million to the victims. It was a bank that was connected to Epstein. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I'll find it. JP Morgan. Yeah. 290 million settlement. That's one. 75 million from Deutsche Bank. 125 million from Epstein's estate. So in total, $380 million has been paid out to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein so far.
He was just like, you're too old.
He said that?
He's like, you're
What's
too
up,
old.
Auntie?
I don't want you anymore.
Epstein was arrested in...
I need to find out what this rumor is about Trump and Bill Clinton that's going around.
2019 and charged with conspiracy and child sex trafficking, but died by suicide a month later while in custody awaiting trial.
To your knowledge, you never came across other adults who may have thought, it's really strange that there's this 14-year-old girl here.
$380 or $390 million between 150 eligible complainants. So a little more than $2 million apiece. Now, granted, some of them probably had more strong claims. Like this girl may have a stronger claim, so she might have got a bigger chunk of that.
Here. We had the secretary, right, that would give me money if I...
And I'm going to piss off. And Auntie, I'm probably going to piss you off with what I'm saying, because I'm not going to say too much, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying nothing. Probably some joke he made a million years ago. Not sure what that means.
I needed. At times, I would pass by his office. His driver, or I guess his bodyguard, I don't know who he was, he delivered furniture to the house. The maids sometimes would be there. I would be hanging out in the kitchen.
In 2008, during the FBI's first investigation of Epstein, agents arrived at her door.
Was living with, you know, roommates, that were like around my age, 17, 18 at the time. And I was like, well, I have to call Jeffrey. What am I going to do?
Lacerda says that she called Epstein, who hired an attorney for her, and she never heard anything further about the case. It was in 2019 that the FBI spoke to Lacerda again.
Oh, shit.
And this time, her statements to the FBI helped.
It's Friday morning. I've had beer this whole time. I haven't even been drinking. I don't have to work tonight. Well, technically, this is my Friday night. Trump probably made a joke about Clinton. Oh, you're talking about... Yeah, what's the deal with that? I don't care about this lady anymore. All right, Maria Lacerda, 14, youngest. That's minor witness 1 or minor victim 1. I need to... Okay, so... I need some arguments that are actually fact-based and not just my instincts about it. But just so you know, my instincts are usually right on these things. I don't even want to say my instincts because people are going to think I'm a bad person if I say what I'm thinking. Granted, I don't really care if they think I'm a bad person, but should I just say it? I don't know. I've said it in the Discord already, but I've said it on streams before too. But my op in the debate may be watching, and I don't want him to, because I'm gonna. I don't know. I'm not sure how I want to approach this debate. Dude, if he starts annoying me, I might just go off. I might just rant and throw the debate. I don't care. What's Rob talking about? He's live.
The real story is that the Democrats pushed to have this released, knowing that when it eventually got released, it was going to implicate a lot of them.
He's talking about the Epstein files. I should call into his show.
In slimy shit with Epstein, like Jeffries, like Plaskett. But here's the deal. They don't give a shit, because as much as we say that the mainstream media is dead, it's not. It still sets the narrative. The mainstream media and the Democrats are so effective that Charlie Kirk could be assassinated, and within a week, the real victim is Jimmy Kimmel. There could be 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump, and by the end of the month, no one gives a fuck anymore. That's how effective they are. Now, they happen to have the dumbest fucking opposition in the Republicans that are incapable of setting a narrative.
I'm just going to listen in because Rob's got good takes. I want to hear.
The Democrats aren't worried. There could literally be it could have been that, like, here we have that Epstein attended the fucking DNC behind the scenes and was doing tequila shots and brought a bunch of strippers that were hanging out with the entire Democrat caucus. They wouldn't give a fuck. They'd be like, man, so? Because they know that their allies in the media will not give a shit because they're not journalists. They're not interested in holding truth to power. They're interested in bearing the truth for the powerful.
I'm not going to stream snipe him for long, guys. I'll just listen in a little bit.
And they hate Donald Trump. They're going to go along with the agenda. And so they'll spin it and fucking make the Democrats look good and make it going on offense about Donald Trump.
I got my
always.
Rob Noor hoodie on.
That's what they'll do. So they don't give a fuck. They could sit there and be like, I don't give a fuck. Release a document that says that the document could say that Barack Obama and Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump all had fucking cocktails with Jeffrey Epstein in 2022. They wouldn't give it. Without a hesitation, they'd be like, look how bad this makes Trump look.
Right.
And you'd be like, but there was Biden and Barack Obama and Kamala Harris too. So we don't give a fuck. The media.
But I want to try to avoid other than the big question, which is why wouldn't Biden release it? I want to try to avoid what about the Democrats being in it? But I'll bring that up, but I'm not going to hone in on that. I just need to prove that it's being upplayed and the allegations against Trump that the Democrats keep lobbying are false.
Yeah, well, skip right on by that. We know it. And it'll work. It'll work too. That's right. Who does really talk about Charlie Kirk anymore? Well, I'll show you one person. I'll show you one person that's not giving up in the fucking...
Well, I've been covering every court date that Tyler Robinson has had since it happened. But other than that, all you can do is just dwell on conspiracies and stuff. I'll leave that to Candace Owens. I'm waiting for more solid stuff to come out. But we do updates on the Monday night show.
Narrative.
Okay.
Can shift the narrative.
Which was the prompt. He just says that, well, actually, when it comes to...
Oh, that's Rob at his debate. Huh. All right.
To murders, the studies say that it occurs more on the right, but obviously the nature of this being...
All right. Back to this. I don't think he's taking calls right now. I would like to. I missed what he was saying about the Epstein stuff. Okay. Back to this. Who all talks? Okay, we've heard her story. I want to see if they all look like supermodels. Huh. They all seem to have had a lot of work done. Huh. Strange.
Passed away due to anxiety, depression, trying to keep up with this case. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. My name is Courtney Wild. I was only 14 years old when I was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein by a 13-year-old friend of mine. The details of the abuse that he inflicted on me for years is not important today. In 2028, I was cooperating with the federal government in the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein. They sent me a letter telling me to be patient because this was going to be a lengthy investigation, but at the same time, they refused to talk to me and tell me what was going on. So I hired an attorney, Brad Edwards, because I was hopeful to get some answers. When I walked into his office at 19 years old, Brad sued the government for refusing to tell me what was going on under the Crime Victims' Rights Act.
No, I dropped in on his stream. He just happened to be talking about the Epstein stuff. and I wanted to listen in for a bit. I don't think he's doing calls yet, though.
The only reason anyone ever found out that the government had already given Jeffrey Epstein immunity through the non-prosecution agreement was because our lawsuit forced the
Oh,
government
yeah, I need to look that
tell
up,
us.
too. Alex
Otherwise,
Acosta?
nobody would even know that today.
And the sweetheart
Sometimes
deal.
it's hard to believe that I had to sue the United States just to learn that my abuser was given immunity. I started as Jane Doe, but I decided I was proud enough to take on our country.
Alex Acosta.
And I was on the right side of history. We fought the government for 10 years to prove that the government violated our rights as crime victims and the crime victims' rights in order to
Alexander
protect
Acosta. Let's look into this
pedophile.
guy.
We had to win the 11th Circuit Court appeals to force the government to turn over thousands of pages of emails between Jeffrey Epstein and the government.
And then Michael
Those
Wolff.
emails provided the proof that the government worked very hard with Jeffrey Epstein to violate our rights. Why? Why did the government work so hard to protect Jeffrey and not so hard to protect me and my other?
I wonder why none of these girls who are coming up here aren't just like dumping a bunch of names out. Like, why don't any of them just get up on the stage and say, I slept with, I don't even want to say names because I don't want to slander anybody, but for example, let's just throw some names out. I slept with Donald Trump. I slept with Bill Gates. I slept with, I don't know, Rupert Murdoch. I slept with, I don't know, some real estate baron. I slept with Prince, what the heck's his name? Prince Harry. Prince, the guy that's not a prince anymore. Guthrie said that, Guthrie said that. Guthrie. Dude, I think her name is Guthrie, and everybody just says it wrong. Guthrie called out Prince. Why am I drawing a name on his blank? Prince Harry? Prince Andrew. No. Yeah, it is. Ex-Prince Andrew. He's not a prince anymore. He got de-princified. Why don't all these girls just get up there and say, I slept with this person, this person, this person, this person, and this person. And they all knew I was underage. But they're not doing that. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's court proceedings going on. They have some sort of gag order.
Other innocent friends. Why was Jeffrey so important to the government, and why was
Who are these old men you were massaging? You didn't know any of them?
I so insignificant? Why did nobody but our lawyers care before now? It seems people have only started to care because of Twitter and politics. But I would like to say this has nothing to do with politics. This is not a blue thing or a red thing. This is an everyone thing. We can all agree on this. The injustice that has happened here. Multiple, over and over. Everybody that talks about this just seems to make it worse. We need transparency. It's time for us to see beyond the curtain. Why was Jeffrey Epstein so protected? Who is still being protected? And who protected them all, so the world can understand how Jeffrey was able to abuse so many of us for so long. I was lucky to have Brad Edwards, Brittany Henderson, and Paul Cassell take on my case pro bono and fight fearlessly over 20 years' time. I would like to thank them, and I'd also like to ask the Trump administration to please sign off on
Did
the
affect actually
Crime Victims' Rights Reformed Act, the Courtney Wild Crime Victims' Rights Reformed Act. That's we're trying to get passed here so we can close the loopholes in the CVRA case that Epstein's attorney used to their benefit to get away with this. Thank you so much.
It's like 100 degrees. Because I sweat a lot.
Who is this guy? Oh.
Good morning. First and foremost, we want to extend our deepest gratitude to Brad and Brittany Edwards, Congressman Massey and Kana, and above all, the brave survivors who have entrusted us with the privilege of speaking today on behalf of Virginia. Robert Giuffre, as her family.
It is Giuffre. I told you it was Giuffre. Everybody's saying Guffrey. Her name is Giuffre. Holy crap. Dude, I'm always right.
We are here today because we support H.Res.581, the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
How is mainstream media calling her Guffrey? How is Carolyn Levitt calling her Guffrey? Look at the name. It looks like Giuffre or Giuffre.
Its entirety. But as much as this bill is about shining a light on truth,
sorry, stuff like that annoys me. I'm triggered.
It's not just about the bill. This is about...
Mainstream media was calling her Ghislaine Maxwell. It's Ghislaine. They're dang French and foreign.
Justice. This is about survivors. This is about justice against the rich and powerful who have stolen something from these women and many children at the time. Their freedom. The freedom to live their life without mental and physical scars that have been inflicted upon them by those who thought they were untouchable. The same freedom that these monsters took from these survivors, they should never be afforded. They should never be allowed to continue their lives with impunity. Let's be clear. This is not a political issue. This is not about left or right. This is about humanity. This is about doing what's right. And this is about ensuring that the future we leave behind isn't one where the powerful can hide behind their wealth, their influence, and their money to evade justice. Our plea to you, whether you're a dad, a mom, a brother, or a sister, look your young ones in the face. Look them in the eye and tell them you didn't stand against the very people who raped, molested, and preyed upon children and young women. Tell them you were willing to negotiate a deal. Money should never be what makes something right or wrong. If you vote no, your stance will be clear. You will be choosing to stand on the side of the rich and powerful, allowing money to buy your way out of the consequence. But here's my one ask. Look these survivors in the eye. And
I'm not mad at them for releasing the files. I have no problem with them releasing the files. I'm just saying nothing's going to come from it. What gets released, nothing's going to come from it. All of the open criminal cases that they're working on, they're not going to release that stuff. And I hope those guys get caught and get hung. But I don't know if we're never going to even know. We're never going to know. So everything we're stressed about, release the files, nothing's going to come from that except more political finger pointing. Oh, look at what the Democrats did. Oh, look at what the Republicans. Oh, look, Trump's name is in there. I'm eating soup. Shout out, soup.
tell them why. Then look the people of the United States in the eye and tell them why. And then, when you're alone, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself why. Virginia said it best, and I quote, "I have physical and mental scars that will never heal. I have memories that will never go away. They say time can heal, but this won't. Not until the justice system makes an example out of these people with so-called privileges. I just call it money. The only time I can begin to heal is when their freedom is taken from them, just like they did to me and literally thousands of other victims. The survivors of this horrific abuse are watching. The American people are watching. And history is watching. Which side will you be on?" Thank you.
side that's going to be right, as usual.
Hello, my name is Jenna Lisa Jones, and I was only 14 years old when my friend brought me over to Jeffrey Epstein's house in Palm Beach in 2003. I had a terrible home life, but I was such an innocent kid then. I always did my best in school.
Finally,
and I
one
had
that
such
doesn't
a
look like
positive outlook on life. Until that day that I met Jeffrey, I have never been more scared in my life than I was that first time that he hurt me. I remember crying the entire way home.
Also, all these girls got brought to his house in Palm Beach, and they're all saying that he did stuff to them. Nobody's arguing that Epstein was not some degenerate scumbag, but he's dead. Like, why aren't they saying anything about the other men? Are they not allowed to? They could be gagged. They could have a gag order, and they're, they're working on this stuff behind the scenes, which is what I've been saying the whole time they should do. But if that's the case, what's the point of releasing these files other than just to make America feel good? What debate do you have coming up? Let me find the exact wording of the prompt, because the thumbnail is slightly different than, because this guy, Pep Talks, it's with this guy, Pep Talks.
Smarter things they did where they were like, hey, we need to get people paying attention to the Epstein stuff again. Let's drop this.
In the liberal media, and it's why I'm being asked questions about Epstein instead of the government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your
Reagan.
interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White House officials then meeting with...
And the topic is, basically, I'm arguing that the Epstein files have been blown out of proportion, and all of the allegations about Trump relating to the Epstein files are false. They're lies. He's saying, his argument is, oh, it's the most important thing ever. This is all we should be talking about. And he thinks I'm crazy. Nobody. Oh, man. 8 p.m. Okay. Oh, I don't know if Grid's still in here, but I got his message. Okay. 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. 8 p.m. Central Standard Time is 7 p.m. Mountain Time on Saturday. Okay, I can make that. What time are the fights? It's not a pay-per-view, so... Hold on, let me see. Ah, Dan Hooker and Armand Sarukian. Oh, they start early. Oh, I'm going to miss them. Main card starts at 11 a.m. That means it'll be done by like 3. If I want to do that show, I'm not going to be... Oh, Ian Gary's fighting Bilal Muhammad? It is a fire fight card tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. It's an early fight card, though. Who's on the prelims? No lady fights. I love when there's no lady fights. Huh. Dang, we're going to miss a good fight series tomorrow. Anyway, the debate is with this guy, Pep Talks, about... Let me see the exact wording. Are people downplaying the seriousness of the Epstein files and allegations involving Trump? And I'm the negative. He's saying, so he's going to be arguing that I'm downplaying it. And I'm going to be arguing that he's upplaying it. I'm not downplaying it. There's nothing there. So it's kind of a tricky worded topic, because Because basically, I'm going to be downplaying it. And so he's saying, see, you're downplaying it. But I don't think I'm downplaying it. I think there's nothing there, and you're upplaying it. So I'm not downplaying it. I'm being honest about it. I'm being consistent. I'm telling the truth and looking at it logically and not getting emotional and not being a feminist, and getting all, oh, but the children. I'm looking at it honestly and saying, dude, Epstein's dead. Ghislaine's in jail. And the guys who were really bad guys who were involved in this will, if there's investigations on them, hopefully they get hung. But none of that stuff's going to be in the release of the Epstein files. I don't care about the release of the Epstein files. I never did. If they want to release them, go ahead and release them. If they don't release them, who cares? They didn't release them. But the fact that we've been talking about this for this long, it's a waste. It's a distraction. And it's a way for the left to point fingers at Trump. And that people like the lefties, like this guy, are upplaying it. They're blowing it way out of proportion. And people on the right. It's fracturing MAGA. So I'm not downplaying it. But he's upplaying it. He's going to argue that I'm downplaying it and that it's way more important than I could possibly imagine. It's the most important thing ever in our lives. Okay, dude. Okay. Some rich people got massages from some young girls so that some jerk could have blackmail on them. Shocker. When is that ever? Well, let's talk about Rome and the Greeks and the sweet young boys. Like, you think the Greeks weren't doing this with sweet young boys? This has happened. I'm not saying it's good or it's okay, but this has always happened throughout all of time with rich elites and powerful people. And it's not going to none of these people are going to face anything for it. So why are we going to? Oh, man. Morning, Amanda. Amanda, I'm going to message you on Discord. So check your Discord later. I got to ask you about something in private. It's nothing weird. I'm not going to be being a weirdo. I'm not, but just check your Discord. Probably after I end the stream, I'll message you. But anyway, I want to talk about, when I see you in chat, I would say something that I would message you. So, I think you're in the Discord. Cool. Okay, cool. All right. Anyway, where were we? So yeah, that's the debate. That's the topic of the debate, the exact prompt. Are people downplaying the seriousness of the Epstein files and allegations involving Trump? Are people downplaying it? And I'm saying no. Nobody's downplaying it. People are upplaying it. People are blowing it way out of proportion. Not out of proportion, but people are so worried and talking about the Epstein files so much. And it's just a big distraction. It's a nothing burger. Nothing's going to come out of it. And Trump is innocent. At the most, I'll give you maybe he had some financial dealings with Epstein at some point. I could believe that. And then what happens is, if that's the case, Democrats say, look, we told you so. He was doing financial deals with Epstein. That means he's a PDF file. It's like, no, shut up, dude. No, that's not what that means. You're slandering a man. You're calling our president a pedo, and you have no proof. You got nothing. Then you get mad because he didn't release the Epstein files fast enough, and it's fracturing MAGA. And the left is eating it up. And that's why they keep pushing for it, because they know it's working. All these NPCs are just like, Epstein files, Epstein files, Epstein files. We need the Epstein files. Shut up.
With Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files.
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing
All
to
else
brief
fails,
members of
Biden did it.
Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to...
No, wait. So this is
can't wait for this genius.
This is
take.
wild. They're just like, oh yes, we're so transparent. We will give you everything that we finally combed through, and you know, there's a few redactions here or there, maybe a page or two missing, but we still did the right thing. We gave you.
Bro, in the beginning of this guy's stream, he gets a text message from somebody asking for a donation because they got arrested and had to go to court from the ICE protests in Portland. So he's donating to Antifa pretty much. This is who I'm debating. I'm going to debate with a sign behind me that says Antifa are terrorists. Here's what I think of Antifa. Antifa are terrorists and gay. That's what I think of Antifa. And I'll go up to your protest and put this sign in your face. And you can spit on me, and I'll smile and say, God bless you. I can't wait till you go to prison, you terrorist. You know what I care about more than the Epstein files? Locking up Antifa members. That's what I care about.
Give you what you wanted.
To sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns. That's a defining factor of transparency. Having discussions with members of Congress about various issues, and I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room in the press briefing room. Reagan.
Why? Donald Trump does it all the fucking time. Wait, now all of a sudden you're acting like what's discussed in the Situation Room is secret?
Thank you.
Yeah, just repeating transparency doesn't make it transparent.
I'm glad someone does.
First, on the government shutdown, the shutdown deal reverses the administration's RIPs, and it also prohibits war from happening until the end of January. Media that the U.S. is building a temporary military base on the Gaza border. Can you confirm these reports?
Engage in it's not something.
A question about UK intelligence sharing regarding the drunk interdictions involving Venezuelan boats. How will that affect the U.S. military?
This job's getting to her, man. It is kind of funny to watch. At least we know that she ain't having a good time.
He's not wrong about that. She's aging quickly. For a 28-year-old, she's, yeah.
I like that. She may lie a lot, but that's going to catch up to her, too.
These are the ultimate collector's item for any...
You know what else ages people? Trump derangement syndrome. That ages them faster than politics. You look like Rachel Maddow in 6 months of TDS.
Sending a Doge dividend. That didn't materialize. Should U.S. Citizens expect a $2,000 proposal? Is the White House committed to making that happen?
The White House is committed to making that happen, yes. And we are currently exploring all legal options to get that done. I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm for you that the president made it clear.
Yep, I 100% now believe the theory that Sam came up with, that he's going to wait for the Supreme, like this means the Supreme Court has told them that they're going to rule against him.
He wants to make it happen.
That
and
they
so
need to prepare to roll back the tariffs. I'm telling you, man, this one is kind of showing the internalized panic that coming from the White House. So what they're going to do is they're going to use the decision from the Supreme Court and say, hey, look, this is the reason that we couldn't get you $2,000.
Your Trump impression sucks, dude. You got it? You got to put a little umph in it. Oh, unless we're doing quiet Trump.
In the Supreme Court, you know what? Not so supreme. I've had tacos more supreme than them.
So his team of economic advisors
Garbage Trump impression.
are looking into it, and
We'll give Trump
when we
that
have an
lame
update,
joke.
we'll provide one. Solon.
You said at the top that one of the costs of the government shutdown was that people missed their
Don't care. To pay for SNAP benefits. That's
into any of those reserves to ensure that.
Mamdani, he said that he plans to reach out to President Trump and.
Okay, where's the
majority report?
Where's the
to
monologue?
Put this out before I could release it. There it is. Oh yeah, I forgot they had the little problem with the majority report earlier.
No, on CNN, they're just going to let the emails speak for themselves, and you can. Here is the first one. This is from GMAX.
Oh, God. This dude listens to the worst people.
GMAX 1. That is Ghislaine Maxwell.
No, this is from Jeffrey.
At Peps, you make it as a character on Dark Brandon's channel yet? No. I mean, you guys can shout me out and then.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The first one.
I haven't really reached out to him. Honestly, man, I've had so much going on in my life that if you guys want to help me out with that, shout me out to any other creators and have them reach out to me. I hate to do that, but it is really like I can commit a lot easier when it's just like somebody like, hey, can you come on my show at X time?
No, yes. The first one is.
Is he on Twitch? Maybe he has a bigger audience on Twitch. I don't know.
Okay.
That actually
the first
reminds
one
me.
on the thread. So we're going to read from the bottom up, I guess.
Right.
The first one is from Jeffrey Epstein. His email was G vacation. Yeah. Or G, I guess. Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know what his middle name is.
Oh my God,
Vacation.
Sam, just read it.
To GMAX. This is April 2nd, 2011.
All right, so
Years
now we know
after he,
we know from the actual press secretary that victim is Virginia Guthrie.
Got a sweetheart deal from Alex Acosta, who was at the time the Attorney General in the U.S. Attorney's Office, I think it was, in Florida. And then
he's turning his base against him. Some of the loudest supporters are on X are turning.
But what does that mean? That just means Trump was at Epstein's house. So, okay, Trump's been to Epstein's house. They lived in the same neighborhood. They lived in the same city, and they're both very rich. So, okay, Trump's been to his house. If you had it, if you're talking to Ghislaine Maxwell, and you know Trump fucked Virginia Giuffre, wouldn't you say, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. He fucked Virginia. Wouldn't you say that? No, he spent hours at my house with him. He's never once been mentioned. This is your smoking gun?
Against him? Really?
Frequently became Donald Trump's
guy with the mean smirk. Who would? Do you have any good examples of like some of his, more ardent supporters that are starting to turn?
Labor secretary. Just an incredible coincidence.
Also, Pam Bondi never looked into it as victims wanted her to when she took over.
Yeah.
This is the most advanced fleet.
Yeah, I will. Your Trump impression sucks. I've heard lots of Trump impressions, some good, some not so good. Frankly, I think your Trump impression is garbage. The worst I've ever heard. I'll put my Trump hat on when I do it.
That's going around. I just checked.
Dude, it's in the video at the No Kings protest. I started doing a Trump impression, and they're all like, wow, that's really good. And I was like, yeah.
And it's like almost everybody is saying the dog who hasn't barked, quote unquote.
Barked is, yeah. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump.
From the emails, from a nonpartisan perspective, it looks like Trump knew about the girls, but it does not incriminate him as an abuser. The dog that hasn't barked sometimes means that hasn't exposed them yet. I mean, I know exactly what it's from. Like, it's from Sherlock Holmes.
Now, I think that's probably an idiom. I don't think he actually thinks that Donald Trump is a dog.
Oh my God.
He's just saying that somebody who...
If he wasn't a...
Great take, Sam. One of your researchers couldn't have done a 5-second Google search to figure out where that comes from, what that means.
User, they wouldn't have had, or they wouldn't have any worry about him barking, as that would incriminate himself. Yeah. I think that was a general understanding that like all these people had was, sure, Epstein had stuff on them, but they had just as much on him. Like, so it was kind of like the Ouroboros. But realistically, it was kind of like they all were thinking Game of Thrones style, just like, well, just in case I have to have my insurance policy here.
Is Donald Trump. And then it's redacted, the victim's name.
But in the Sherlock Holmes story, the dog is not the guilty party. The dog doesn't bark at the guilty party because the dog knows the burglar or the murderer that broke in. So Trump knows he's guilty, but he's not barking because he doesn't want to be, involved in that. He doesn't want to get his name brought into it. And they're like, oh, Trump, you knew Jeffrey Epstein? Because then he has to explain himself. So he's just sitting back and he's just watching things happen.
Spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, those two things I'm still confused about.
Me neither. I can't decipher that. I'd be curious what the police chief had said, or I'm 75% there.
We'd have to go back and see what was going on contemporaneous in 2011. It sounds like there was like another
mutually assured destruction with trafficking.
Investigation, or some other controversy that was coming up during that time. And the person who hasn't been mentioned or has spoken.
That's a stupid comment from his chat. Mutually assured destruction with human trafficking. If Epstein is already getting brought in on these charges twice, then he's already facing the destruction. Why doesn't he just take Trump out with him and everybody? Now, they would say, well, that's why he got killed in prison, is because a lot of big names. He said he thinks Trump had Epstein killed. That's a strong claim. I mean, there's no evidence of that. I think it's more likely. You know who I think it's more likely had him killed? If we're going to bring up politicians who it's likely had people killed.
Oh, the murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Let me play that one more time for you.
Oh, the murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Yeah. What about them? They murder guys. The Clintons, they're kind of murdery.
Is Trump. And this was obvious, not just to Jeffrey Epstein. It was obviously obvious to Ghislaine Maxwell, because she wrote back, I've been thinking about that. ...
That's deep.
And interestingly enough, too,
with AI, you can create any character you want in seconds.
Dude, AI is crazy.
Is a
2011, well before he was even thinking about politics, like they said.
There is something else in this that I can't quite figure out why, but underneath his email is a
this information, the information contained in this communication is confidential, may be attorney-client privilege, may constitute inside information, and is intended for the use in...
Okay. What was Rob talking about? Oh, there's Zach.
Guy out. That's no good for us.
Right. Yeah.
And so they don't care. They'll bury one of their own when it no longer affects them. They don't care. I can't tell you how many debates I've had. Well, Trump obstructed justice. He told, William Nada to move boxes. That's obstruction of justice. Like, okay, well, Hillary's team, literally destroyed subpoenaed.
He's talking to Zach from the Maine. Oh man, I wish I remembered the name of the foundation, but he was the sponsor of DebateCon. He's pretty cool. I talked to him a bit. What the heck is that? Oh, they're doing construction next door. I wonder if that's Shane doing that work out there. Oh, they're renovating that. Every time somebody moves out of one of these apartments, they're doing full renovations. So I ain't going nowhere. So my apartment's going to be the last one to get dang renovated. I was doing the renovations on one of the units, and I was making a video about it. Then we stopped getting paid, so I stopped doing it. So I never finished the apartment, so I never made the video. I still get surprised to see old houses for not expensive prices. Yeah, but they might be dilapidated. Didn't you send me a picture of an old house for pretty cheap? Yeah, especially if you're out in the country. All right, enough of this guy. I don't know, man. This debate is going to be more. I need to know all the facts, but I think my opening is going to be kind of short and to the point, and I'm just going to want to get into the open dialogue because I've been ranting about this for years now. And it's funny, I was the first person Easy thought of because I've been on his panels talking about it. The night Easy was talking about it and he was on a panel with somebody, I said, I have the best argument. I was in chat and I was like, I have the best argument for this about why we shouldn't release the Epstein files. And he's like, well, you tell me your argument and I'll use it on the panel when I go up. And I said, people are being blackmailed and tricked into sleeping with underage girls, or guys are being tricked into sleeping with underage girls so that they could be blackmailed. Why would you want their names released? They didn't know. They were tricked. Now, the Me Tooers out there would be like, well, who cares? They still slept with an underage girl. They were tricked. I think the old fixer-uppers that have good bones can be worth the investment, though. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to do framing and stuff from the ground up, but I do know how to do, if the framing's good and the foundation is good, I know how to do everything else. I know how to do carpet, tile, laminate, hardwood, countertops. I can't build, I've never built cabinets before, but I know how to do countertops. I know how to do basic electrician stuff, basic plumbing stuff, drywall, paint, insulation, air conditioning. I know how to do all that. Okay. According to the New York Times, Epstein made much of his fortune by providing tax and estate services to billionaires. He was also a renowned social networker whose vast network included business people, royalty, politicians, and academics. His friendships with public figures like Prince Andrew, Donald Trump, and Bill Clinton. Clinton
Oh, the murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Have attracted significant controversy. Documents released by the House Democratic Caucus in September 2025 show that he made connections with Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Larry Summers, and Steve Bannon. Larry Summers is the Harvard guy, Democrat. Peter Thiel, technocrat. Elon Musk, technocrat. Bill Gates, Democrat, technocrat. Steve Bannon, Rhino. $100 cash. We don't still have the $100 Cash App goal, but hey, we always have a $100 Cash App goal. That Florida house was one of those. That was in Florida. It just needed that weekend project construction stuff. Oh yeah, that was in Florida. Jeffrey Epstein was born on January 20th, 1953 in Brooklyn, a borough of New York. His parents, Pauline. So I thought he was. So he wasn't born in Palm City. Seymour George Epstein were Jewish. Shocker. And had married in 1952, shortly before his birth. Pauline worked as a school aide and was a homemaker. Paula was a wonderful mother and homemaker, despite the fact that she had a full-time job, according to a former childhood friend of Epstein's. Seymour worked for the New York City Department of Parks and Recreations as a groundskeeper and gardener. Jeffrey was the older of two siblings. He and his brother Mark grew up in the neighborhood of Seagate, a private gated community in Coney Island, Brooklyn. Epstein was referred to as Bear by his parents, while Mark was known as Puggy. Neighbors described Epstein's family as being so gentle, the most gentle people. Epstein, I don't care about this. He was a private school teacher. Bear Stearns. Epstein joined Bear Stearns. What is Bear Stearns? An American investment bank, securities trading and brokerage firm, famously failed during the 2008 financial crisis. Was that Megyn Kelly that was talking about the Mossad with Tucker? Who was the... I want to watch that interview again. Such a Seagram president, Elgar Bronfman on tax mitigation strategies, and Jimmy Kane, the bank's later chief executive officer, praised Epstein's skill with wealthy clients and complex products. In 1980, 4 years after joining Bear Stearns, Epstein became a limited partner. In 1981, Epstein was asked to leave Bear Stearns for, according to his sworn testimony, being guilty of a Reg D violation. United States, under the Securities Act of 1933, an offer to sell securities must either be registered with the United States Securities and Exchange Commission or meet certain qualifications to exempt them from such registration. Regulation D contains the rules providing exemptions from the... Okay, so something... Even though Epstein abruptly remained close to Kane and Greenberg and was a client of Bear Stearns until his collapse in 2008. Financial troubleshooter. High-level bounty hunter. Embezzled funds. Spanish actress and heiress Ana Obregón was one such wealthy client who Epstein helped in 1982 to recover her father's millions in lost investments, which had disappeared when Drysdale government securities collapsed because of fraud. I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I don't know. I don't think they're talking about Epstein anymore.
This communists to run at every level of government in Colorado.
I don't want to interrupt whatever Zach's talking about. I'll do that later. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at some stuff. I want to watch this. This is unrelated. But it's only 3 minutes. This is new. This is apparently, well, I read the tweet, or I read the True Social post, and he basically said, I don't know what video he's referencing though, but Democrats released a video and Trump said this is seditious behavior and seditious treason, which is punishable by death. And they're freaking out about it. The left is freaking out on Twitter. They're saying Trump is calling for death of his political opponents. He's saying they commit treason, and treason is punishable by death. Maybe they should stop.
Democrats are condemning President Trump after he wrote on social media that the lawmakers in this video who urged military members to disobey illegal orders should face trial for seditious behavior. Trump then reposted a post from another user saying, quote, hang them. CBS News' Nancy Cordes pressed the White House secretary on the violent rhetoric.
The president and the vice president, for that matter, have accused the other side of encouraging political violence. Isn't that exactly what the president is doing when he says that members of Congress should be killed?
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence?
And CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now for more. Ed, good morning. First off, before we get started, I want to see the video that we are talking about. Let's play some of that video from Democratic lawmakers.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
So, Ed, how are lawmakers on both sides of the aisle reacting to the president's comments about that video?
Yeah, let's remind the viewers that those 6 Democratic lawmakers are all military or intelligence community veterans, reinforcing that the military code of conduct says if there's an unconstitutional or illegal order given, you're supposed to ignore it. The president then spent some time on True Social yesterday accusing them of sedition and suggesting they should be punished by death. That earned bipartisan criticism. Take a look.
I'm not going to shut up because Donald Trump is threatening me.
I don't think it's a good idea to talk about jailing your political opponents or
Rand Paul
them or whatever else.
This is
well, tell him not to commit treason.
The reckless, irresponsible thing that he has done all Congress, and it's going to get a lot of us killed. We have kids.
The words that the president chose are not the ones that I would use. Okay, obviously, I don't think that this is these are crimes punishable by death or any of that. Okay, but what the point that we need to emphasize here is that members of Congress and the Senate and the House should not be telling troops to disobey orders.
Sounds like seditious behavior to me. I talked to Zach about the pot farm situation in Maine and the snakeheads taking over Maine. And it's not even close to as bad as Tulsa. But Tulsa, it's not, well, they haven't taken over all of Oklahoma, but they've pretty much taken over Tulsa. And Maine is right behind them. What do you think, chat? Should we go get in the waiting room on this call? What are they talking about?
6'2", good-looking guy. Chair, any suggestions? Yeah. I never thought of it like that. Yeah, maybe I do need a little bit more confidence.
Oh, hold on a second. I need to open this or my camera flickers. Let's move this so they can see the sign fully.
A long time since then. But I think that was basically the gist of what they were trying to say, which is absurd because there was never even really a denial on the most important things that people were focused on that were legitimate. Remember, right? You have two parties in an email exchange or two parties in a text exchange. And never forget that one of the business associates, Tony Bobolinsky, was out there saying, yes, this is legit. I'm the person getting this. And still the Democrats were like, well, we just don't know, right? Maybe Rudy Giuliani faked this. Bobolinsky's like basically banging at the FBI's door like, I want to testify. I want to give you all this evidence. And they're like, we'll get back to you. And that's about it. So yeah, it's a total joke. Hellbat, thanks for the $5. Says, holy smokes, Rob stream at this time. Then again, I'm asleep around this time. So what's up, day crew? Almost every weekday I'm doing a stream at this time. That's going to change in the near future because the fat guy Rob here has got to start doing some real stuff around the house. Like, my goodness, when am I going to set Christmas lights up? Courtney is on me. She's like, we got to get those lights up, which is true, you know. And then Gabriel, $10 says thanks, or says greetings. This is Gabriel from DebateCon. We had a brief dialogue about problem-solving verbal debating. Yes, I remember. He says, I sent you a message on X as you requested about scheduling a good faith dialogue. I did not get that, if I'm honest, unless something like I can't show you, obviously, because it's DMs, but I saw this super chat come in, and so I looked. I got Nacho, someone that's not you, then my man Ryan, that Law and Order, new episode Monday, that'll be coming up. Black Elk, Hockey, Max, Black Pill Jeff, Jim Bob, Trey, and then Indian Jesus. That's from November 13th. So that's 8 days ago. That's the messages I have.
Someone's telling you to look in the requests, Rob.
Oh fuck.
It looks like you need a nap.
There it is. There it is.
Listen, I've been going at it. I literally went
shit,
from
Gabriel.
last night to straight into Abe's stream, and we helped our buddy Abe Dinkus. You know, I'm just trying to help the crew out with these dono bars to keep them in.
This is brutal. There's so many people that messaged me on requests that I didn't see because I talked to so many people and I was like, message me, I'll see it. And then I hadn't. I'm so sorry. I will get back to you, Gabriel.
I don't want to. I don't want to just stream snipe his show. Sorry, Chad. I muted Rob, so I'm not just pilfering his stream.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you in the back and bring up a couple more callers, and then I'm going to bring you back up. And we're going to be at 75%. And we're going to see this.
It'll give me time to fill my coffee and all those profiles and women. You can find me in Rattlesnake TV or Jeff Gerald. And I'm going to make my way into the Rob door, but we know that you hot chicks, you're all, we know where you are. All right. I'm single. All right. I'm still young. Really rich. All right. I do the champagne pops. Jeff Gerald. All right. 6'2". I'm not Chad. I'm quite the Chad. All right. Sure. While I'm back there, think about it, girl.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, Gerald. 75%. We'll get to the project that he's working on. It's pretty badass too. From all things to VCon, footage, etc. Next, let's bring up our friend Jason. Can I just call you Jason now?
Yeah, that's what I go by, man. That's I dropped the moniker Aircraft Sparky. Rebranded the channel.
Oh, that's Aircraft Sparky.
Enjoyed watching you debate Mr. Foolery. Yes, looked up to his name. Good job there.
He was game at, he was game to at least do that. One thing I'll say positive about it was a hostile environment. So, and you've been in that boat, maybe not in person, but how many times have we been on a panel where it's like 7 people on the panel that hate us, the mod hates us, the
All right.
audience hates us, and we're like, fuck you.
I can't. You guys can't hear them, but. So I'm going to keep reading through this stuff. That's that could be partially my fault. $1.43 of 1 terabyte used. All right. I'm just going to keep going through these emails while I wait. I'm in the waiting room, but there's a couple people ahead of me. What's chat talking about? I'm too mental. I want his channel to do well. The second I step away from the keyboard, why not? I can't believe you're not a mod, JS tripping. Well, Auntie, it takes a long time to become. You're not a mod, Freddie. Who that guy? Like, why are these email files just pictures from a book? I read it. Yeah, I read the chats from the bottom up sometimes. They're trying to sell us a book. Yeah. So, but there is some crazy stuff in here which reads like softcore porn. That's the problem is I can't open some of them. Billionaire X scandal that undid him and all the justice that money can buy. The shocking true story of Jeffrey Epstein House oversight. I don't see what it adds to the investigation that had taken place. Just at that time, no criminal IRS had been launched, and the rumors of Epstein's dealings to be just that, rumors. His lawyers, his editors, and his... Why can't I read? Why is this like this? That time, no criminal had been launched, and in the rumors of Epstein's dealings to be just that, rumors. Times Square off early, he swiped his elevator button and arrived. Blah, blah. I don't know. I don't know when he's in the show or how long I'm gonna be in the back, but Palm Beach, Palm Beach, Palm Beach. I can't even read this. Whatever format this is in, I can't even read what it says. Fuck that guy. Which is a waste of Andrew's time. Sorry, it's just quiet. I'm listening to them. Did you by any chance like the cartoon Chowder? Chowder. I've never heard of it. I sent you that cottage link on Facebook just because it's super nice for that price. Stuff is out there. I ain't got no money. Chowder. A cartoon called Chowder. Chowder, just roll the dice and move. Oh, this does look familiar. That's from the guy that makes full episode Panini for President Chowder's Babysitter. It's probably copyright, so I'm not going to play it. All hail the Don. We're just sitting, y'all are just sitting here in silence. I'm listening to what they're saying, but I'm not trying to like. My bad, guys. All right, let's go back to reading these. I want to find what I found the other day. It was like softcore prawn. What up, Rob? Look at this hoodie. Oh, we matching. Oh, it was a blast. Yeah. Yeah, I was pretty hungover for like 2 days. Yeah. I was like, Rob probably doesn't even remember talking to me. And okay. Nice. Yeah. I will say Admiral Gibbs drinking might have been partially my fault because because we did a prohibition debate and me and Wally had been planning for a while to take a shot at the beginning of a prohibition debate. And then Gibbs is like looking at it, he's just staring at the bottle. He's like, I want one. I was like, okay, here you go. But I didn't tell him to shotgun my beers though. That was his fault. Yeah, that sounds like a horrible idea. Yep. But I wanted to ask you, I popped in earlier, you were talking about the Epstein stuff. I'm supposed to be debating with a lefty about, I guess the topic is he's saying people are downplaying the Epstein files and the allegations against Trump in them. And my argument is, I guess I'm the one who's downplaying it because I've been saying since the beginning, nothing's going to come from this. You know, if Trump's name is in it, you know, I think maybe he did something like financial with Epstein at some point, and maybe he's worried about that coming out. But all these I go to protests and stuff, and they're just blatantly calling Trump a PDF file. And right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. with yeah, it's either Bill Clinton, somebody named Bubba, or I've heard a horse. And I don't know where this is. I haven't figured out where that's coming from yet. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah, and that's why I'm the negative. I'm saying that the Democrats and the left are upplaying the allegations. They're right. Yeah. The other email that you didn't mention is from Michael Wolff, and it's basically discussing how to blackmail Trump. He's like, if he comes out and says this, we can blackmail him this way. If he doesn't say anything, we can blackmail him this way. And it's like, yeah. February 3rd on Speakeasy's channel. Oh, February. What am I? December 3rd. Why am I thinking February? Yeah. No, December 3rd. I don't know why I still thought February. Yeah. And this is set up before Trump signed today to release. So they've been crying, release the files, release. What are they going to do now when he releases it? But they're not going to release anything about ongoing criminal investigations. So because I've been saying from the beginning, I don't know if we should release it to the public, because then you get, court of public opinion or whatever. And isn't it better for them behind the scenes to be going after these guys? The bad guys, the guys who were specifically looking for young girls to do stuff with, like those guys should be hung. But as soon as you release it, yeah, as soon as all right, yeah. Cool. Thanks. Later.
By the name of Avarice.
Shoot, I did it again, chat. I did it again. I forgot to unmute when I got on the... My bad, chat. I suck at this. Oh man. Well, go to Rob's stream and you can rewind and watch it, but dang it. I told myself, I was like, make sure you switch the things as soon as he pulls you up. I thought there was one more person ahead of me. Crap. Ah, well, whatever. Oh man. My bad. That's my fault. I had it muted because I didn't want to just be stream sniping his stream. And then when he pulled me up, the same thing happened last time. When he pulls me up, I mean to unmute it, and I forget to unmute it. Dang it. Well, you can go to Rob's stream and you can rewind like 5 minutes. You can listen to it over there, but yeah, seems like he pretty much agrees with me. He was saying if the allegations are true and if everything that the Democrats are saying is true, nobody would downplay that. But what we're downplaying is the fact that you have nothing in those allegations. Your allegations are weak. There's no evidence. Everything you claim is evidence is weak. And so he's saying, are people downplaying it? I'm saying, I'm not downplaying it. You're upplaying it. There's nothing there. I'd message you elsewhere if you'd read it when you're on panels. I can't do that. That's too much. When I'm calling into somebody's show, I'm trying to focus on that, but it's all right. There's only like 5 people here. Sorry, 5 people here. My bad. It's a boring morning stream. They probably think I'm a damn alcoholic because I'm drinking in the morning. This is my nighttime. I'm exhausted right now. I've been working all night. I'm about to go to bed in a little while, but this is my Friday night, so I'm having some beers. But I was trying to, the other night when we were looking through these, there was some that read like softcore corn. No, it read like hardcore. I say softcore because you're reading it. I didn't even like reading it because it was putting images in my head. But there's some stuff in these emails that is very graphic about young girls and guys doing stuff with them. And it's a lot of descriptive stuff. But it's not about Trump. All the stuff with Trump's name is these 3 emails. So I don't know why there's memes going around saying that Trump is in 1,027 of the 23,000 emails. That would mean he's in 20% of them, or he's in 1,000 out of 20,000. He's in 5% of them, which means every 20 I go through, I should see his name. Now, maybe there's a batch somewhere where he's mentioned a lot, but I haven't found that batch yet when I'm going through them. So see, like, we represent with reference to the claim against Jeffrey Epstein for childhood sexual abuse, which occurred in New York City when she was years old. New York recently paused the Child Victims Act, which creates a 1-year window for claims where the statute of limitations has expired. Therefore, we'll be able to sue. They must be cutting out redacted words. They converted it to a different text format, and they're just deleting redacted words. For claims where the statute of limitations, while she was a minor, was a perfect victim. She was born in a town on the coast. When she was 4 years old, descended into civil war. At the age of 6, her entire village was evacuated. What is this even talking about? Naturally slim, combined income, roommates, adult, raised in Orthodox Christian church. Linda Evangelist and Natalie Vodianova was very innocent and inexperienced prior to meeting Mr. Epstein. At age 16, experienced her first kiss. The director of a perfume campaign, Fabian Baron, wanted a kiss at the end of the commercial as a finale to the perfume ad. She dreaded her parents' reaction to seeing the commercial. She was raised in the Orthodox Christian church where abstinence was encouraged. Met Epstein when was 16 years old. She was introduced through a fellow model. You guys probably can't read. It seems like I'm reading like a tard, but there's like missing words. So it's kind of weird to read this. Mr. Epstein seemed bigger in life. He did not drink or do drugs, which put her at ease. He was friends with former President Bill Clinton. Oh, we're not talking about those mentions. I want to look up this Bubba rumor. Let me see. I'm going to look it up here because I don't know what the heck's going to come up. Trump Bubba rumor. Jeffrey Epstein, Trump's a bad guy. Bubba was... Did Trump blow Bubba? Donica Lewinsky erupts. This is an 8-hour stream. Trump asked Bubba Wallace to apologize. This was his response. That's from July 7th. That's talking about the guy that had the noose in his garage, Bubba Wallace, the race car driver. Trumpster's new car, NASCAR. Epstein emails reveal Bubba bombshell. This is what we're looking for. Let's listen to this.
Welcome to the Daily Show.
It's mainstream big comedians. Daily Show, Jon Stewart. This is going to be copyright, but...
My name is Jon Stewart. We have a tremendous show. If you know.
This is 22 minutes long. Epstein emails reveal... See, it's just a joke, and they're taking it seriously. This is the problem with the lefties. The very normal and not shady handling of the Epstein files. Emails reveal... Mark Epstein clarifies Bubba. Trump has nothing to hide. We can't watch this full episode.
Sparking renewed interest because of exchanges like this one, which really encapsulates the absolutely astonishing nature of this entire affair.
Get to it. Let's play it faster, too, also, and pause it a lot. I can't wait to hear what Jon Stewart has to say about this. What happened to him, by the way? He still does a show. I thought he quit doing the Daily Show.
I give you, this is an email exchange between Jeffrey Epstein and his brother Mark.
In one email, Epstein's brother Mark.
Okay, why is CNN, NBC, CBS, why are they not talking about this email? Because every like not comedic source just shows me these 3 emails. But this is where the rumor's coming from, is comedians, late night comedians. You mean Donnie T? You and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard. That's where Kevin Hart and Step Brothers, Talladega Nights, Will Ferrell are prepping for prison.
Told him to
ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. See,
Steve Bannon if, quote, Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba.
That's it. So it is like basically what Rob said. It's basically somebody and his friend making jokes. Hey, I wonder if he's got pictures of Trump blowing Bubba. And who is Bubba? People are saying Bubba is Bill Clinton.
Oh, the murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy. This sentence, maybe 18 words long. 7 of those words are Steve Bannon, Putin, photos, Trump blowing Bubba. It's a rich text. Literary scholar.
Is that it? That's it? Also, what does that have to do with the Epstein files? What does that have to do with young girls and PDF files? So now, when the Epstein files get released, turns out Trump didn't have anything to do with anything involving young girls. This little joke email is going to become the new attack. Trump is gay. Trump is gay. A month ago, he was a womanizing pervert who liked young girls. Now, he's gay. That makes sense.
Scholars will secure tenure off the analysis of this text. Steve Bannon, Putin, photos, Trump blowing Bubba. And I know what you're probably thinking. Jeffrey Epstein had a brother?
Okay, if that's it, then there's nothing there. Who is Bubba? Who is Bubba? USA Today is reporting on it. Jeffrey Epstein's brother says Bubba isn't referenced to Bill Clinton. Right, we got to save Bill Clinton's name. We got to save the murdery guys.
Murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
How was East Coastish? It was pretty cool. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. What were they, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. Sorry, hold on. Let's go back to this. So this is nothing. This is dumb. Who is Bubba according to Mark Epstein? This might AI generated by USA Today. So USA Today isn't even writing articles anymore. They just put a headline up and then there's prompts. You click a prompt and it gives you an AI answer. What is this? Mark Epstein has publicly said that the reference to Bubba and Jeffrey Epstein's email was not about Bill Clinton. In a recent interview following the release of the email by the House Oversight Committee, Mark Epstein clarified the nickname was not connected to Clinton and expressed regret that the rumor has spread online. He only regrets it because Clinton is involved. I guess Bubba could be a nickname for Bill, is what people think. This clarification comes amid disclosures of thousands of emails related to Jeffrey Epstein, which reignited speculation about Clinton due to his known nickname Bubba. Mark Epstein firmly denied this link, stating in a News Nation interview that the email's Bubba reference was private and did not pertain to Bill Clinton. Who is it about? And what are you saying? And he also conveyed sympathy for Clinton being drawn into the controversy. Representatives for Clinton have not provided additional comment regarding the email. The situation highlights the ongoing scrutiny and rumors surrounded by high-profile names in connection with Jeffrey Epstein communications case files. That doesn't tell us anything. That tells us absolutely nothing. Why did Oversight Committee release 20? The rumor began to percolate online after an email Mark Epstein sent to his brother was released November 12th, along with the trove of 20,000 other messages. In the 2018 exchange, Mark Epstein told his brother to ask Steve Bannon whether Russian President Vladimir Putin had photos of Trump blowing Bubba. Questions began to spread of whether Bubba was a reference to Clinton, who's known by the nickname. Mark Epstein denied it. Let me stop you here. I'm not discussing that email. This is a private email between Jeffrey and myself, two brothers talking. It's nobody's business what we wrote. The only thing I responded to, because people got crazy with the Bubba reference, they tried to pin it on Clinton. So I made a public statement that it was not any reference to Bill Clinton. But you didn't say anything about referencing the president blowing something or someone. But the email had nothing to do with Clinton. Because if he said who Bubba was, then Trump gets him for defamation. If he leaves it ambiguous, then there's nothing to talk about. Wow. So that's nothing. I don't know, guys. I'm trying to think of how to form this together. Basically, three main points. Everything so far has led to nothing besides $380 million in settlements and payouts to victims. And then, even if released, we won't know the criminals. And then no evidence against Trump. So I have to build on this point. Basically, got to find every allegation. Bubba allegation, dumb. Email with Ghislaine and Trump only proves that Trump went to the house. Okay, yeah. G-Max and Epstein emails. Could have been way worse. Would have been way worse. If anything there, only proves he was in the house. At Epstein's house. When they both lived in Palm Beach. And they were both very rich. So I'm sure they knew each other. And then the Bubba, stupid rumors that Democrats eat up. He knew Epstein, he'd been to his house, and he had met Virginia Giuffre. And Virginia Giuffre campaigned for Trump. Said he was not involved. New Giuffre. And then Bubba rumor, retarded. You demanded Trump release it, and he released it. And that's an argument for the lefties and for the people who are leaving MAGA saying Trump's not releasing the Epstein files. He says he's going to release the Epstein file. He's doing it. He's on it. There's more important things. There's an immigration issue. There's an economy. There's geopolitics, global war, trade deals. That's what I voted for Trump for. I did not vote for Trump for the Epstein files. And if you did, you're probably a low propensity voter. You probably shouldn't be voting. If that's all you care about and that's what you voted for Trump for, well, keep voting because we need you to vote to win in our current democracy. But if that's the only reason you voted, you showed up and voted just because you wanted Trump to release the Epstein files and you voted for Trump for that, that's the type of person we don't need in our voting pool. Sorry. Now they're going to claim Trump like young sweet boys. Yep, pretty much. That's where this is going. Ay, caramba. I don't know. I'm not finding. Okay, his arguments. He says, okay, we need to look into that. We need to find stories about, because I talked about it when it happened a little bit, and I'm sure it's probably in a folder somewhere. Trump approves, I guess, moving Ghislaine to low security. It's not a low security prison. It's a higher security prison. It's just comfy prison. How would I search this? Moving Ghislaine. Trump approves moving Ghislaine. Let's just try that. She's asking for a commutation. I know that. Listen to this, because this is one of his claims. Pep Talks claims the most damning evidence against Trump is that Trump approved Ghislaine being moved to Texas to the comfy Club Med prison that she's in now, where she's getting special treatment. Here's Trump responding to this in August 5th. They're going to play an ad. Hold on, I got to let the ad play. CNN. It's 17 seconds. I can't skip it. It says, Trump claims he didn't know or approve Ghislaine Maxwell's prison transfer.
Trump. Two questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department?
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she is?
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man.
Is she credible? She's like the key. She's like the only remaining surviving key witness who is currently incarcerated. What do you mean? Would you rather that we not question Ghislaine Maxwell while she's in prison? Yes, she's going to try to work out a deal. That's how it works. You snitch. You try to work out a deal. Why would we not question Ghislaine? That'd be the first person I'd want to talk to.
His name is Todd Blanche. He's a very legitimate person, very high. I just a very highly thought of person, respected by everybody. And I didn't talk to him about it, but I will tell you that whatever he asked would be totally appropriate, and it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants to make sure that, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people. But I will say this, Todd Blanche is one of the most highly respected people you'll ever meet. So I know this. I didn't discuss it with him, but anything he talked about with her or the fact that he did that, not unusual, number one, and most importantly, is something that would be totally above board.
All right. Ghislaine, prison transfer. And this was in August. Todd Blanche. Not unusual. And he's right. It isn't unusual. Especially if this is your key. Just because somebody is a guilty party in a crime doesn't mean they can't also be the key witness to that crime. If there are other people involved, you would go to one of the people that you have in jail and you would question them. And if it's such a high profile case like this, and it's for the crimes that we're talking about here, which is relating to children, you can't just leave her in Gen Pop. She'll get stabbed up in a day. You have to take her to somewhere that's secure and safe. Now, should it be cushy? I hear she's got internet there. And I hear she's got a lot of special treatment. No, but if she's wheeling and dealing to roll over on some names and so that we can get some arrests, get some indictments, get some charges put forward. It's funny, the people who are all about release the Epstein files, release these Epstein files, we need to hold these people accountable. But you get mad when we're questioning a potential snitch on everybody. These people are, oh my God. She's gonna sing like a bird. But you don't want her to be questioned. You want her to get stabbed up in Gen Pop. You're an idiot. What are you talking about? I don't think she should get treated comfy, but she's wheeling and dealing. That's the way they do it. I'll give you some McDonald's if you tell me the name of this person. I'll give you a nice comfy cell if you snitch on these people. I'll make sure you stay here. Now she's working on a commutation of her sentence. Okay. You give enough big names up and we get top dogs. We could talk about that. If I'm the investigator, I'm the interrogator, I'm the detective, I'm the prosecutor, these are some of the things I would do. I'd say, I'll see what I can do about getting you a nicer cell, but we're going to need some information, Ghislaine. What do you mean? Have you never watched Law and Order? Have you never seen a court series or a court documentary? You never heard of any of this stuff? Some people never even see a cell because they snitch so hard. You ever heard of Tekashi 6ix9ine? That's the way it works. Not unusual. Snitches get kinder treatment. Special treatment. You want your key witness to trust you. and roll on the big dogs. Because the biggest dog is dead. And Envy says, well, yeah, but it's Trump's guys doing it. And what they're going to do is they're going to make sure that she snitches on everybody except Trump. Well, Biden could have done the same thing. All right, that's over. But I do want White House demands documents on transfer of Ghislaine, August 11th. What's Reuters saying? Trump says no plea for pardon. Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence for helping Jeffrey Epstein abuse girls. Moved to a minimum security camp. Comes after meeting with DOJ official. Trump faces pressure to release documents from Epstein probe. It's probably less safe if it's minimum security, though. Camp Bryan in Texas.
Week after she met with financier and sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell, former associate of late financier and sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, has been transferred to a lower security facility in Texas to continue serving her 20-year sentence, the U.S. Bureau of Prisons said. Maxwell's move from a low-security prison in Florida to the federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas, comes a week after she met with Deputy U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche. Blanche said he wanted to speak with her about anyone else who may have been involved in Epstein's crimes. Maxwell's lawyer, David Marcus, confirmed she was moved but said he had no other comment. Maxwell was found guilty in 2020.
And just so you know, the names, some of the names that are going to be redacted from this file drop are going to be names that she dropped that they're investigating.
Of recruiting and grooming girls for Epstein to abuse. She had pleaded not guilty and is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. Her meeting with the Deputy Attorney General came as President Donald Trump faces pressure to release more information from the Justice Department's investigations of Maxwell and Epstein. When asked during a White House interview with right-wing publisher Newsmax on Friday about the possibility of pardoning Maxwell, Trump said, quote, "I'm allowed to do it, but nobody's asked me to do it." The DOJ is seeking court approval to release transcripts of law enforcement officers' testimonies before the grand juries that indicted Maxwell and Epstein, which are usually kept secret. 2 federal judges are weighing in on the requests. Lawyers for Maxwell, Epstein, and their alleged victims are due to share their positions on the potential unsealing with the judges in filings on Tuesday. Epstein died by suicide in a Manhattan jail cell
Allegedly.
in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. He had pleaded not guilty.
That always was confusing to me. You say pleaded not guilty instead of pled not guilty. The past tense of pleaded is not pled, or the past tense of plead is not pled, it's pleaded. That always was weird to me. I would have always said he pled not guilty. But he pleaded not guilty. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, I've got the the basis of my opening put together, and now we're just going through, taking some notes, writing some names and dates down, things that I just want to be on the tip of my head, arguments he's likely going to make, and rebuttals prepared for them. So I've got my folder, got my ideas, working on my my arguments, and then I need to think of questions to ask and to kind of cross-examine, because I am the negative here. First big question: what do you think Trump is guilty of? That's what I want to know. And if he says something like, oh, maybe he did some financial stuff with Jeffrey Epstein, I'd be like, you're downplaying the damn Epstein files. Well, I thought he was a pedo. I thought he was gay and he was sucking off freaking.
Murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
What is it? Who's downplaying it now? You're downplaying the Epstein files. And he says, yeah, I am downplaying the Epstein files. Does that mean he wins the argument? I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know if I start ranting and if I go off the rails, I'm going to say some stuff that's going to piss off chat. I'm going to try to avoid going into that whole thought line, which I've talked about before. If you know, you know. But I'm going to try not to go down that road, because that's just going to blow people's minds. We did a test run in the Discord with James Life Talks. I was like, James, I was like, here's my real argument, but I'm not going to say this in the debate. And I ran it by them, and they all know, they've all heard it before. I think James has heard it before too, but James went off. He was like, no, you're crazy, JS. That's not true. What are you talking about? And when I'm trying to explain, I was like, listen, James, here's what I'm saying. And, no. Speaking of that, let's see what they're doing in the Discord. They've been in there for like 2 weeks. I always got to be careful now when I go in there. It's only Chuck and me, myself, and I. And Lord Brandon, but they're all muted, so they're probably not even there. Marshall.
Been in here for 300 hours.
300 hours.
Been putting in work.
Well,
I think Chuck's going off doing something. Marshall ain't talked. Hell, I don't know how long.
Chuck just leaves a stream playing constantly. So,
well, we figured out that if we're like AFK for too long, it'll just kick us. But if we stream something, then it won't kick us. So whenever one of us leaves or goes to sleep or something like that, we'll throw a stream up, so that way it don't kick us out.
Your mic is sounding like garbage right now.
I'm on my earbuds. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, shoot. I was just checking in to see who's in here. Let's see if any of y'all had any thoughts or anything I'm missing about this stuff. But I don't know. It's coming together. I'm getting everything put down. I gotta look at my notes in my phone too. Also, oh, that's something I need to look up. There's something. Let me see. Semaphore Ben Smith 4,000 word profile. So Pierce Morgan interviewed somebody named David Boies, Virginia Giuffre's attorney, who says there was no Trump incrimination. So I need to watch that. And then I need to read this. Semaphore Ben Smith. Let me see if I can find this. Semaphore. I don't know how to spell that. Semaphore Ben Smith Epstien article. An unpublished profile. Yep, this is it. Questions about Epstein. Exclusive. An unpublished profile raises questions about Epstein and journalism. Buried deep in the Oversight Committee's recent release of 20,000 emails from Jeffrey Epstein's inbox is an 8,684 word profile of the disgraced financier. The article has no byline and, in the way of these document dumps, isn't obviously connected to anything else, but the amused, morally ambiguous tone is familiar with some of the great biographies of the age. Biographies of Rupert Murdoch and Donald Trump in particular. Author is Michael Wolff. He confirmed when I called him about it Sunday. Jesus, it's pretty good, he said after giving the PDF a read at his home in Amagansett. Epstein, as Wolff has written before, wanted the incisive and divisive New York media writer to rehabilitate his damaged reputation. By 2014, Wolff was spending hours at Epstein's mansion watching a parade of powerful men troop through and considering writing. But he asked that Epstein persuade friends, particularly Bill Gates, to talk to him. Wolff said he sent over the draft to give Epstein a sense of what can come out of the reporting process. So how will I find this? It could be like this, but I need to have access to everybody. I'm trying to lead him along to give me something, and the something would be give me access to everybody. The unpublished 2014 article is the record of a rare journalistic encounter with one of the 21st century's iconic monsters. It's not a story Wolff has kept hidden. I recall him fretting in 2021 about where he could publish a piece that revealed his own proximity to Epstein, which he ultimately put in a book of essays. I led a column in the New York Times with the story that fall. Wolff worried that his beat had become elderly sex offenders. In 2014 profile, Wolff takes a shot at the mystery of why these billionaires had turned to a former math teacher with no obvious credentials to manage their money. His stock in trade is not precisely the making of money, but the issues that arise when money, at a heretofore unimaginable rate, makes itself altering many basic economic, social, and personal calculations. Epstein's longtime business thesis is that rich people know very little about money. He writes, Trump, who may not have this problem, is only mentioned once in the piece. In passing, though Wolff's current focus is his friendship with Epstein. The profile predates Julie K. Brown's reporting on the sweetheart deal that largely kept Epstein out of jail. It predates the presidential election of his former friend Trump, Epstein's final arrest, his suicide, his injection into the American political unconscious. And in that context, Wolff at some length conveys Epstein's side of the story, his characterization of the underage girls he abused in Florida as prostitutes who lied about their age. Prostitutes who lied about their age. See? There's also this assessment of the young women in Epstein's 2014 life. Epstein's young women mingle freely with his powerful guests, not so much as hostess or, in tabloid language, harem-like or as sex slaves, but often as attentive students, that, of course, might be regarded as having its own fetish-like attraction. So these young girls who lied about their age would hang out around these smart rich people, and instead of acting like sex slaves or, you know, like they were trying to get in their pants or something, they would just act really interested in them. Like, oh, wow, that's so nice. And this is Michael Wolff. Well, this is Ben Smith talking about what Michael Wolff told him. And Michael Wolff is the author who wrote this piece, which is somewhere in these emails. I'm going to have to find it. There's a preview of the current fevered sense of the story. He surely represents the kind of insiderism that is mostly just a figment in the outsider's fantasies, except for the fact that, straining credulity, Epstein is real. His is an ultimate sort of fantasy of power, wealth, and secrecy. Other eye-popping moments pop up through the article. At one point, Epstein chides a Qatari royal on financing the bad guys, and then discusses with him a pistachio and chocolate mix that sounds like the current Dubai chocolate craze. Can we blame Epstein for that too? Finally, Wolff writes, and this story is, in its way, about the limitation of journalism, in which the most compelling parts of the tale, Epstein's ambitions and impulses, would be well suited to a long-running cable drama, need to be sacrificed not just to moral certainty, but rather to preposterous fantasy of moral certainty. Wolff on Epstein in draft form in his collection. I found a link. Cool. I'll let you read Wolff on Epstein in draft form in his collection, and I'll content myself to writing about Wolff. Hold on, let me click on this. Oh, we got it, boys. We got it. Ah, man, I'm going to have to do a whole nother stream to read all this.
Let's say they do find some kind of like big names in there. How do you prove that they actually did it? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's like, okay, so are you just going to go off of stuff that Epstein wrote down, or maybe I don't know. It seems like you would need like some kind of video evidence, like some kind of evidence to like actually convict these guys.
Well, apparently,
I'm not trying to make excuses or anything for them. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Apparently, there's like thousands of hours of video and stuff that they can't release because it's CP.
Hey, if they got that kind of evidence, okay, I'm good with that. I'm just saying if it's like hearsay, then I don't know.
But so according to this, Epstein is letting a journalist like basically hang out in his mansion all the time and trying to set up meetings with him to talk to people, to write this to write this story. But then he didn't know how to get it published without making himself look guilty, because he's hanging out in the same places they're hanging out, this Michael Wolff guy. But this is like what I suspected, that this was not like rich, powerful men going there saying, bring me all the young girls. This was Epstein. Epstein's a sick pervert and he's dead. He's pulling in these young girls, and then they're hanging out in his house because they want to meet smart, rich, powerful men. And then they're lying about their age. They look older than they are. And now Epstein has dirt on them, which is what we see in the email talking about between Michael Wolff talking about Trump, is how can we blackmail him? Here's how, if he says this, we can get him this way. If he says this, we can get him this way. This was all so they could blackmail rich people and take advantage of them. And that's why.
Yeah. I think some of them were sick fucks and they should go to jail. But I also think that some of them were just oblivious to it. Because, like, okay, so whenever what was it? Probably about 9, 10 years ago, my sister used to work at Zaxby's. And I went through there one time and I went up to the drive thru. I saw this chick. I was like, okay, she's cute. And I never asked her like for a number or anything, but I asked my sister later, started asking her about her, and then come to find out like this was not when I was like 20 years old. Turned out she was like fucking 15. And I'm like,
yeah,
it's just like that kind. Women nowadays look, I think, look a lot older than what they actually are, and men can be deceived.
Yeah, well, and especially if it's at like an adult gathering or like a nightclub. And this is what I said about the R. Kelly stuff. I was like, yeah, he shouldn't be bringing all these girls on his tour bus and being promiscuous and having sex with a bunch of people out of wedlock and peeing on them. That's all bad. But he met these girls in an 18 and up club. They had fake IDs. He let them on his tour bus. He does stuff with them. And now let's get him. And people always get mad at me. Oh, you're defending R. Kelly. I was like, if he knew they were underage and he was looking for underage girls, hang him, whatever. Yes, I agree. But if he met a girl in an adult club and she's drinking alcohol, what do you want him to do? You want him to run a background check? Like, it's great. And so I see a bunch of rich, powerful people come to a party with a bunch of other rich, powerful people and adults, and there's some young, hot girls there who are like, oh, wow, what do you do? Oh, my goodness. Oh, and then they're lying about their age. And then the guy goes and sleeps with her. Only thing he's really doing wrong is cheating on his wife and being promiscuous. But if they don't know they're underage, like, I know ignorance isn't really an excuse. You still did a crime, but it's like if you accidentally murder somebody, it's a different charge. It's not it's manslaughter.
I mean, in this case, if everything looks like it's legit, all right, she had like the bar scenario that you're talking about, where all right, she's drinking, she has a fake ID, she's made it into the club. All right, now, like everything that you've done perceived, all right, she is old enough to like take it this far with.
Yeah.
So I mean, in this way, like ignorance can be an excuse for it. I ain't gonna say everything, like every crime you can claim ignorance, but
yeah. Yeah, and James is like, well, he should have gotten to know her better, and he should have spent time, and he should have really understood, and he should have been. I'm like, but James, like, I'm not saying this is good. I'm not justifying it, but you never went to a bar and had a one night stand. Like, you go to the bar, you're drinking, you meet a girl, you start talking, you take her home. That's it. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I'm not doing a background check on her.
James is thinking about back in his day. You know,
yeah, back in my day.
Yeah. All right. So he is right to an extent. All right. People shouldn't be promiscuous, but that ain't the day and age we live in. We live in a more like secular age where people are off going and doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but you don't hang a guy. You don't give him life in prison for being promiscuous, for having a one night stand with a girl he met. And that's what a lot of this looks like. And on top of that, these girls now, they're grown up, they're multimillionaires. Like they've, and I don't know.
It's a bad situation. Like I said, I'm sure that I'm confident that there was guys there that knew what was going on and was doing it anyway.
Yeah.
But I think there was some that were just oblivious, and Epstein was just trying to get blackmail on them.
And those are the guys that they're trying to get Ghislaine to snitch on which is why she got transferred and got questioned and is getting all that cushy stuff. They're trying to get her to roll over on those guys. And those guys' names are not going to be in the file drop, because those guys are the ones that they're looking at, and they're and hopefully they end up in jail soon.
Honestly, I think as soon as Epstein got caught, a lot of that shit was scrubbed. Like,
that's what Grid One was saying in the chat.
and
He was saying,
why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they do that? You have all this damning evidence, but yet you also have the power to get rid of it forever. Yeah, fuck yeah, I'd do it.
yeah,
If I was in that situation,
yeah, and so nothing's gonna come from it.
And I truly don't think that Trump has anything to do with it, because if they, as hard as they went on him or went at him during this last election, if they would have had that golden, like that damning information that could have put him away, they would have fucking used it.
Yeah, that's what we were watching that pep talk guy stream, and he's like, "This is such a stupid argument." No, that's the best argument. You just don't like it. You say it's a conservative talking point. It's a conservative talking point because it's the best argument. It's foolproof, and you can't beat
They
it.
went at Trump every single way that they could. Hell, in his last presidency, they tried impeaching him how many different times?
Dude, they changed the statute of limitations in New York just so that they could get him for sex charges against E. Jean Carroll, that crazy bitch.
Yeah, they did everything that they could to make it to where he would not get elected, and he still got elected. So if they would have had that one trick in their back pocket that they could have used, they would have fucking used it at that point.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this guy thinks that I'm on the back foot here, but I think I got the winning arguments, as long as I don't go crazy and say something stupid. Because I do have some kind of wild takes on this.
Who are you debating? Like, what's the topic?
His name's Pep Talk, and he says people are downplaying the Epstein files overall, and specifically their relation to Trump and the allegations against Trump. So he thinks the Epstein files are a huge deal. It's we got to release the Epstein files, and it's the biggest deal ever, and Trump is guilty. This is a question I got to ask him. What is Trump guilty of? What do you see in all this that Trump is guilty of? Tell me.
So then you would be on the affirmative, right? And he has to defend.
No, he's the affirmative, that he's saying people are down. He's saying people are downplaying the Epstein files.
Okay.
It's kind of a weird topic, because it's kind of like he's saying that I'm downplaying the Epstein files, and I'm saying he's upplaying them. So he's saying I'm downplaying it. I'm saying I'm not downplaying anything. I'm just telling the truth. You're upplaying it. So it's kind of weird how the topic, how to work it out with the topic, but I don't think I'm downplaying the Epstein files. I think I'm seeing it for what it is, and it's not that big of a deal.
As of right now, like what we have, I don't think there's enough evidence to convict anybody. But I mean that's only the shit that they're going to release to the public. They probably have a whole laundry list of stuff that ain't ever going to get released.
Yeah. But even in that case, I'd still say it's not that important to release it to the public. The only reason they want to release it to the public so bad is because people have been bitching about it for the last forever. And because everybody wants to know, release the files. And it's like, what are you going to get from it? You're not going to get anything from them releasing it. The top dog guilty guys, you're still not going to know their name until they're arrested, or they've already concealed everything of their involvement. Like, it's, yeah, It is a weird topic, and maybe I just lose because he says you're, and that's kind of like what Rob was saying. Rob was like, but you are downplaying the Epstein files, or I kind of, but I don't think I'm downplaying it. I think I've been consistent and I've reported on it the whole time it's happening, and I'm like, okay, I'm looking at it. Here's what I see. Here's what I think's going to happen. Not much. I don't really care if they release it or not. And then they'll say that I'm downplaying it, and I'm like, no, I think that's like the based take. That's just it is what it is take. But I think that the left is upplaying it. They're blowing it way out of proportion, and it's a distraction. It's being used to point fingers politically. Both sides are like, it's fracturing MAGA over this. I've known a lot of people who were all about MAGA and Trump, and they're like, oh, but he didn't release the Epstein files. I'm done with Trump. I'm like, dude, what are you So I don't know. It's a weird topic, but it should be a fun debate.
And I guess you could also think of it like this: like they haven't made no arrest in any. How long have they had these files? Even before they started releasing, years and years. Nobody's ever been arrested for it. The only two people that would have had any information would be Epstein and what's her name, Ghislaine.
Yeah.
I like to call her Ghislaine, but anyway,
a lot of people do.
But anyway, and one of those is dead, and the other one you got to get to talk.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. I said one of them's dead, the other one's locked up. And Epstein is the worst. He's the nasty, he's the most perverted, degenerate guy. He's the ringleader of all of this. And he's dead. So but as far as the files being released, I don't care. I'd rather they just I'd rather they do what they're doing, which is they got Ghislaine locked up, sweeten her up a little bit, get her to sing, and then go get the big guys and expose if the CIA is involved in this and Mossad is involved in this, expose that. But the whole release the list crowd, it's like, nobody, nothing comes from that. Except you get to read a bunch of redacted files that don't make sense, that you're not going to read through. You're just going to watch on the news when they go through the highlights. So, and then the Daily Show, they're talking about Trump blowing Bubba. And they're like, oh, now Trump's gay. It's like, shut up. It's stupid. I've been covering this for years now, and I even have in my notebook on a couple days when like like when they gave the binders out, and I was like, oh, I got to talk about this week. And I wrote in my notebook, because I take notes for what I'm going to talk about for the week. I wrote Epstein file stuff, boring. So he's going to say, oh, you are downplaying it. I win the debate. And I'm going to be like,
no, it's just that there ain't much there to talk about.
Yeah, I'm not downplaying it. You're just upplaying it. That's going to be my main argument.
Really, I wish Trump wouldn't even ran on that in the first place. Like, oh, I'm going to get the Epstein filed released. It's like, all right, look, I think it would have been better run on all the stuff that he was running on, and then if he got the Epstein, if there was anything in the Epstein files that was like enough to like release, okay, good. If not, okay, whatever. Then we're still in the same boat that we've been in.
Because in America, where everybody can vote. Every 18-year-old college student, every dumbass who just doesn't know anything about politics, but they watch 15 minutes of the news every now and then. You have to appeal to that group too. So I remember after he got elected and they're like, "Oh, when's he going to release the Epstein files?" I was like, "Is that what you voted for Trump for?" Like, I voted for Trump for the economy, for stopping wars, for immigration, for the border. Like, that's what I voted for Trump for. Releasing the Epstein files and the JFK files and the MLK, I don't care about that. And he said it in the campaign to appeal to the people who are into that sort of thing. And it worked. But then they turn on him when it takes a little longer than they expected, or it's not exactly what they wanted. But yeah, I wish he had never said it. That is one thing I've been critical. Like, he shouldn't have said it, and then Pam Bondi made it even worse. But I don't like her. That's another thing I've been critical about Trump on. He puts too many. He likes the ladies. He puts a bunch of women in positions, and I'm like, dude. It looks he knows how to work the crowd and appeal to the camera and appeal to the populace. He appeals to everybody. But then all those people, when he doesn't do exactly what he said, they get mad. But yeah, I'm not gonna turn on my boy. Not over these Epstein files.
I mean, I ain't gonna sit here and say that Trump is like the best president to ever take the Oval Office, but he was definitely the best option that we had.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not a huge history buff, so I don't know about everything George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. I've heard a lot of good things about Abraham Lincoln, and I've heard a lot of bad things about Abraham Lincoln.
I think most people hear the most stuff you hear is about Abe and I just had it on the tip of my tongue. Reagan.
Yeah. I think, I don't know, best president. See, I'm a Trumper, so, and I don't know enough about the history of the president, so in my opinion, I would just say Trump is the best president, or George Washington. Probably, maybe George Washington. I know George Washington was based, and I don't hear hardly anybody say anything bad about George Washington, so I'd probably say he's the best president. But Trump is the best president I've seen in my lifetime. But I didn't even start voting till I was like 30s, in my 30s. So I'm biased.
Really, I don't think people should be allowed to vote until 25 or 26. You need to be able to get out of high school, get some life experience under your belt before you start making decisions on what the country does and the direction it goes in.
Yep. Yeah, Amanda, he messed up by bringing it up. Yep. I usually say 30. You shouldn't be able to vote till 30, but then somebody said recently, I think maybe it was at DebateCon, maybe it was Jake or Jim Bob or Andrew said, I think it was Jake. I think he said I can't remember who said it, but he said you shouldn't be able to vote until you're 35 because that's when you can run for president. So you shouldn't be able to vote for the president unless you're old enough to run for president. And I was like, I could get on board with that.
Makes sense.
My voting criteria would be pretty strict. Straight.
Christian.
Usually I say straight white Christian male. But we can take the white. The white part's a joke. Black people can vote too.
have to be over 6 foot tall.
Yeah. IQ above. The IQ one's tough because some farmers need to be a landowner or a business owner. You need to be married and have at least one kid.
I mean, even farmers though, like most of them are running their own business, so they have to have some kind of. Like they have to at least have an IQ above room temperature to do that.
Yeah, I say at least 100 IQ. Pass a civics test, which you need to know about the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the Federalist Papers, the 3 branches of government. It doesn't even have to be super difficult questions, just like basic stuff. The stuff that they do, like the TikTok videos where they're like, do you know the 3 branches of government? If you don't know that, you probably shouldn't be voting. You just need to know the basics of how the system works. What are the 5 rights in the First Amendment? Like basic questions like that. If you're going to fight for our country in the military, you should be able to vote. That could be like an exception thing. So like if you serve in the military, automatically you get to vote, even if you don't own land. But then I don't even know about that because a lot of like, I always get people pissed off when I say this, but a lot of dumbasses join the military just so they can get a paycheck for the rest of their lives, and they didn't really do shit. Like, so I don't know. I don't know about that one. Not all of the people. I know a lot. If you do combat in the military, automatically you get to vote. But if you were like a chef for 2 years on a boat somewhere, I don't know. During peacetime, like you just hung out and they got all sorts of weird stuff in the military now where you really don't. It's basically just like a desk job. You don't really do military stuff. I'll tell you another one. People get mad that I say, well, nah, we don't have to go into that. Well, now that I brought it up, everybody talks about homeless vets. We got to save the homeless vets. The homeless vets. We got too many homeless vets. I'm like, well, a lot of the guys I knew in high school who went into the military, even if they hadn't have gone into the military, they would have ended up homeless. Like, they're just the type of guy that would end up homeless. They're crazy and convicts and dumb shits. And they go to the military to stay out of trouble and because they can't really do much else. And then when they end up homeless, you know, that's a hot take. People don't like that take. But yes, if you're a combat vet and you get your leg blown off in a war, and now you can't get a good job or you can't work, then yeah, we should be taking care of you. Definitely. Anyway. All right. I'm going to jump out of here and I'm going to read through this thing and then I'm going to probably go to bed. But good talking to
All
you,
right, man. Well,
Brandon.
take it easy. I gotta walk. I gotta walk into work anyway. But,
all right.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Later. Uh-oh. Chuck's the only one left in there. He better have his stream running so it doesn't shut down. The Discord's been going nonstop for 300 hours. There's been somebody in there. Any time of the day you pop into the Discords, people in there, especially late at night. There's usually like when I'm at work, I'll go in the Discord and like 6 people in there talking about God knows what. All right. So this is from the House Oversight emails. This is Michael Wolff's. They said 8,000 word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages. Yeah, it's about 8,000 words. Mike Wolff wrote this. And this is about when he was spending time in Epstein's house. And from Ben Smith, is that his name? From Ben Smith, co-founder of Semaphore, who talked to Michael Wolff about this. And he's read it, and he's talking to Michael Wolff about what Michael Wolff wrote, and we can read what Michael Wolff wrote. This guy, Mike Wolff, spent time in Epstein's house and just was watching this stuff and talking to it. And he was worried about how he's going to get it published because you think he wasn't tapping some of that young ass while he was in there? I call bullshit. Maybe Ghislaine's going to say his name. So, all right. Hold on. I'm going to go to the restroom one more time real fast, and then we're going to read through this whole thing. It's going to take a minute, but we're going to read it all. Also, another thing I just thought of, these all of these stories, all of these victims, all of this stuff is talking about, hold on, check. Okay. This is talking about Epstein's house in Palm Beach, Florida. None of this is about the island. The girls that went to the island, they were the cream of the crop, so to speak. That sounds really bad when I say it like that, but they were these girls were not. Oh my God, I'm gonna get myself in hot water because the problem is everybody gets so emotional about this topic they can't think about it logically. The girls at his house, yeah, these are 14, 15-year-old girls who their friend who did the same thing comes to them and says, hey, you go massage these old dudes, you get $300 a night. You go to this guy's house, you party with rich, powerful people, you get $300 a night, you massage some old dudes. Maybe you give them a blowy or something. They pay you extra for that. And these girls are like, oh, I'm struggling. I need money for my family. I'll do it. They're 14, they're 15, they're below the age of consent. They can't possibly think for themselves at that age, right? We all know that. They couldn't possibly think for themselves at that age. I mean, I was in juvie at that age. For some reason, I got locked up for doing something at an age that I couldn't possibly think for myself. It's crazy. But, yo, bet. If I'm 14-year-old, my friend comes up to me, 14-year-old Josh, he says, Josh, you can make $300 a night going to this mansion and massaging these old ladies. Where do I sign up? What are you talking about? I'm just saying. But I couldn't consent. You know, I couldn't make my own decisions at that age. I couldn't possibly make my own. I still could get locked up if I did a crime, but I couldn't possibly think for myself at that age, right? The girls that went to the island they're not getting tied up, ball gagged, thrown into a dark cage, and flown to the island. Okay? That's not what happened. Finally got like 2 hours of a nap from the 4-day stretch. Oh, nice. What's up, Ashton? Were you at DebateCon? Dude, it sucks that I met people there and I talked to everybody by their name. Like, you meet people, you're like, what's your name? And they're like, Chris, John, Steve, Joe. And I still don't know who they are in the chat. Were you at DebateCon, Ashton? You don't think when you're that young, you just act. Yeah, but we still hold. No, I'm too poor for that and too small kiddos. Oh, okay. You said 2-hour nap from a 4-day stretch. I thought you were talking about DebateCon. But you don't think when you're that young, you just act. But we still hold kids accountable for their actions. We still lock them up. We still lock them up in juvie. I met kids when I was 15. I met kids doing well, actually, I didn't start going to juvie till I was 16. But I was doing stuff that could have got me put in juvie when I was 15. I just didn't get caught. But just no sleep in the last 4 days. I am. And now you got 2-hour nap. That 2-hour nap might make it worse. Now you're just craving sleep more. But there are kids that did crimes when they're like 8 years old who are going to be in juvenile facilities until they're 21. But they can't consent. They can't. But we can lock them up. So, I don't know. Y'all are picking up what I'm putting down. Anyway. All right, let's read this. This is Michael Wolff's. Where is... Michael Wolff's article, 8,000-word article that he wrote that I guess never got published because he was scared to get it published, because if you publish it, turns out you were at the Epstein mansion constantly. And you were just watching all this go down, but I'm just a journalist. Okay, Mike. And you're talking with Epstein about how to blackmail Donald Trump. Yeah, this is a reliable source. But let's see what he had to say about Epstein's mansion. It's an absurdly vast house, among the largest in Manhattan. So this is the Manhattan house, not the Palm Beach house, not the island. But the dining room is windowless, creating a hermetic or stop time sense, broken only by the household staff ferrying in time of day appropriate food and beverages. The real world seems terribly far away, but with paparazzi often posted nearby. It's dangerously close, too. Once I arrived for a visit and found several police cars blocking the street and thought the worst. They'd come for him again. but it was a security detail for a controversial head of state who had come for tea. We met several years before he became arguably the world's most notorious sex offender, in 2002. In 2002, his plane, a meticulously appointed 737, ferried a group of people to the TED conference in Monterey. He was the mysterious and peculiarly gracious host, arriving after everyone had boarded, tanned, relaxed, attentive, soliciting every guest story and views, and accompanied by 3 young women, not his daughters, witty, poised, helpful, and beautiful, out of a man's magazine fantasy of the luxe life. One more thing about this trip suggesting something of his unique view of the public world and what you got to see when you were near him. Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin, with their company rising into the stratosphere, came out to see his plane on the Monterey tarmac, and with a few other Googlers, literally ran whooping from one end of the plane to the other. Then, sitting in the plane's plush living room, they described in what I could not be sure was a put-on or an entrepreneurial brainstorm, a brand extension in which they would market a line of Google Brass with the O's as convenient cups. In fact, the name Google, they said, was invented out of the belief that men would focus on a word with 2 O's in it. Is that true? Because it looks like boobies? Is that it? Oh my God. Since that trip and through his travails, I have often been invited to his house to participate in the conversations that take place there. In sweatshirt, drawstring pants, Palm Beach slippers, and half glasses, Jeffrey Epstein, that Epstein most recently embroiled in charges involved underage girls and Alan Dershowitz and Prince Andrew, spends most of his days at the dining room table in the front of the laptop and beside a row of reading glasses. There are a lot of them in case. Apparently, he misplaces a pair, but being quite meticulous, he never does. This guy is not a great writer. Conducting what must surely be the world's most extraordinary colloquial. These meetings and this lifestyle have somehow stayed private or secret or apart, not out of any formal or stated restrictions, but because in some sense it would be very hard to explain just what you're doing there with a brazen sex offender in a guffaw-inducing home flaunting all moderation. And yet, defying grace and tolerating his tone deafness or mocking attitude toward the zeitgeist, so many come, gladly, willingly, feeling that his invitation is quite an extraordinary privilege. Among his frequent guests is Bill Gates, for whom Epstein has become a key advisor, proposing a way to leverage the resources of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to accommodate many other fortunes, so that Epstein explains you might join 50 or 60 billionaires on one given project. As part of a Gates-encouraged effort to get out front of the notice that might be expected to greet the Gates Association with him, Epstein agreed to these on-the-record conversations with me. His subject, on a morning in late fall, sitting at the dining room table, is faux baronial quality. Disturbed by an ever-present whiteboard is hyper-wealth. His subject is always wealth, how capital should react to the given global political, economic, and cultural movement. His stock in trade is not precisely the making of money, but the issues that arise when money, at a heretofore unimaginable rate, makes itself, altering many basic economic, social, and personal calculations. He recounts a dinner he had 2 nights before. The scene is, like much of what he does, a conspiracy theorist fantasy. The 6 men at his dinner, all technology entrepreneurs, representing together several $100 billion, and now trying to figure out how to use it to shape the world to their liking. In the past, only governments had this kind of money of a reality-altering scale, says Epstein, in a chipper and smoothed-out Brooklynese. In fact, it used to be that the rich, reading a certain point of philanthropy, merely hoped to help make the world a better place. Now they want to change the world. Rockefeller and Carnegie were, as examples of social engineering philanthropy, unique. They alone had such resources and will. Now you have legions of people who have to give away vastly larger fortunes than Rockefeller or Carnegie had at their disposal, or might even have imagined. Except that it's actually hard to give away this kind of wealth without unintended consequences that can cause more problems than you're solving. Epstein's longtime business thesis is that rich know very little about money. They may know about their own businesses, but the great sums that are the result are ultimately an afterthought and demand an entirely different sort of intellectual discipline. The Forbes 400 says Epstein, not immune to an amount of wonder, increased their wealth by $500 billion last year, meaning, in effect, that on average, every Forbes list billionaire makes more than another billion every year. And points out the 62-year-old Epstein, they will almost all be dead in 40 years, most well before that, meaning 4.2 trillion compounding every day will have to be given away. So, to understand the future, what you have to begin to do is follow the money. Facts. Not in Watergate like terms backwards, as in who has gotten it, but forwards to where it will go and who will get it. Epstein can find himself echoing aspects of Thomas Piketty on the inequities of accumulation of wealth. The divide is between people with assets, which appreciate, and people without assets who fail to advance. That is, of course, the miracle of compounded interest. Except for the fact that Epstein, knowing the rich, understands a point that Piketty doesn't. Nobody wants to give it all to their children. Everybody now has the modern appreciation that one of the curses of great wealth is that it can make your kids weird and fucked up. Can't disagree with that. Epstein's position in this private allotment of a decent fraction of the U.S. gross domestic product is not as a philanthropist, but as a sort of advisor or guru or brain, a rich whisperer, making him, in addition to rich himself, arguably among the most influential people you've only heard of for reasons that have nothing to do with his influence. Epstein sometimes seems to have an out-of-body attitude toward his own fate and bad press. That's something that occurs in a less interesting parallel world. Not long ago, when I met him for lunch in New York, he noted that he hadn't been out to lunch in a restaurant in 10 years. It was a not particularly pleasant experience for him, and we were done in 30 minutes. On the other hand, Epstein's life sometimes seems part of the purposeful challenge. Not just look at me, but do you even believe what you see? But perhaps he is just oblivious to what others are thinking, a willful and, in a sense, fatal tone deafness. Press accounts recycle the mysterious billionaire mythology, a man of vast and unsourced riches living in a parallel universe of absolute entitlement. With brief glimpses of him stepping out of the house, the same photos endlessly republished, and the assumption of depravity inside. In fact, the life in the house, without wife or children or conventional domestic demeanor, rather conforms to the scripted fantasies, somewhere between Daddy Warbucks and Eyes Wide Shut. Oh, there is indeed a group of young women in their 20s and 30s who act as Epstein's support staff and companions. Some have worked for him for many years, marrying, having children, and continuing as part of his business and household infrastructure. One woman, on an afternoon when I was there, had just returned from an around-the-world honeymoon that Epstein had arranged for her. Some are, or have been, his romantic interests. His present girlfriend, whom we met 4 years ago at a dinner party in New York, has just graduated dental school. One former girlfriend, Eva Andersson Dubin, a Swedish model and Miss Universe finalist, whom Epstein has known for more than 30 years, became a doctor. Epstein sent her to medical school and married hedge funder Glenn Dubin. Together, they financed the Dubin Breast Center at Mount Sinai Hospital. Epstein will sometimes move a meeting in his dining room outside to the park His idea of going out to lunch is a Sabret's hot dog with the various girls in the house, the accompanying entourage, as though something out of an 18th century French court. But the Hefnerian prurients, like Hugh Hefner, can also be quite businesslike. Poised young women in a mansion on the Upper East Side with various office responsibilities are really not that different from any on the Upper East Side with various. Oh, I read the same line twice. My eyes are starting to play tricks on me. It's hard reading on a screen far away. Different from any of the art galleries in the surrounding neighborhood. They mingle freely with his powerful guests, not so much as hostesses or, in tabloid language, harem-like sex slaves, but as attentive students, which of course might be regarded as having its own fetish-like attraction. Epstein explicitly denies that there's a sexual quid pro quo. If you're screwing someone you work with, they can come in late. That's what Jimmy Goldsmith used to say. Still, the constant attendance of so many comely young women seems so outside of conventional living or staffing or social or romantic relationship that it's hard to describe in a straightforward or straight-faced way. And while it may be part of the appeal for the men who come to visit Epstein, it is as well a peculiarity, I can't say that word, they put up with in order to spend time with him. The Epstein house/office is, by careful design, exclusive and clubby, part hangout, part secret society, along with the fact that even after his jail term, the rich and powerful have continued to so eagerly solicit him. It's also notable in the fixed hierarchy of who comes to whose turf that when they want to see Epstein, they tend to come to him. He's created a world where you enter it. His conversations are less meeting-like, focused and agenda-driven than narrative. In effect, the outside world comes to Epstein's and he eagerly solicits reports. It's a real-time newspaper, or the news you don't read in the newspaper, market movements before they occur, the health and eccentricities of world leaders, high-level government appointments soon to be announced. It's Sunday lunch and is scheduled from a week last fall with Gates, Mort Zuckerman, the real estate billionaire and owner of the Daily News, and Peter Thiel, the PayPal co-founder and early Facebook investor. That evening, it's Sheikh Hamad bin Jassim, the former minister of Qatar. Hamad lives across the street in a similarly furnished house. He and Epstein have the same decorator. Epstein, in his relaxed and amused manner, keeps prodding. Why are you financing the bad guys? What do you get out of that? Next morning, Epstein is joined for breakfast in the dining room by the lawyer Reed Weingartens, who represented, among other fat cats in trouble, WorldCom's Bernie Ebers and Goldman Sachs' Lloyd Blankfein. Weingarten, hoarse with a cold, is still lamenting his failed defense of former Connecticut Governor John Rowland. After a blow-by-blow of the trial, they discuss the Qatarians' visit. Epstein served chocolate made from pistachios grown on Sheikh's farm and speculate about who actually controls ISIS, with Weingarten arguing that the Turks are not getting enough scrutiny. There is, in Epstein's dining room, always an alternative version of the world events. Perception versus reality, says Epstein, not to imply that one necessarily has greater weight than the other. Why, I ask Weingarten, when Epstein briefly steps out of the room, do so many people keep coming back here, everything considered? Why we camp out here? I guess because there's no place like it. Epstein summons in the next person, cooling his heels in the anteroom. It's a young man named Brock Pierce, a former child actor and dot-com high flyer who now describes himself as the most active investor in Bitcoin and programmable currency space. After a bit, Epstein invites his next appointment to join them, Larry Summers, the former Treasury Secretary and president of Harvard, off Diet Coke, digs deep into the Sheikh Hamad chocolates, then focuses in on the Bitcoin investor. Okay, he says after listening for a bit to Pierce and his update on the rapid Bitcoin price swings, I have opportunities here. But an additional feature of my decision problem, roughly speaking, is what the worst that could happen to you is that you could lose all the money you put into it. Whereas I could go, I mean, I don't look that great now, but I could go from being seen as a figure of some probity and some intelligence to being a figure of much less intelligence and much less probity. Probity? What does probity mean? I don't know that word. Probity? Probity. Probity? I got to Google that word. I don't like when I don't know what words mean. The quality of having strong moral principles, honesty, and decency. Okay. So he's saying I could go from being a moral person to an immoral person just for people knowing that I'm here. Huh. Hold on. What's chat talking about? Lots of M dashes. Looks AI. Oh. Heck yeah, money. Where's money? We didn't get no money. Finally got like two. Only ones that get caught. Are you streaming after you sleep? Yeah, I'm going to be on VK tonight. Punish the parents too, dang 8-year-olds. I don't know about that. No, just in general, my bad. Talking to JS, lots of dashes and punctuation. To fund medical school is wild. That's a ton of money. Yeah, for some girl. Yeah, I know. These girls were tortured, but yet when they're in their 30s, they're married and moved on, they still hanging out in his house and getting their medical school paid for. But the left would just say, well, that's just, or the other side would say, that's Stockholm syndrome. Oh, Amanda already Googled the answer for me. Okay. Well, says Pierce, in seeming dramatic understatement, you're going to have some low quality characters playing early in the space. That evening in the Epstein dining room, he seems rarely to use the rest of the house, 50,000 square feet. There's a small cocktail party, which includes the former Prime Minister of Australian, Kevin Rudd, and Thorbjorn Jagland, the head of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, who offers an affable but generally scathing critique of U.S. diplomacy and a brief defense of Obama's Peace Prize Award. A defense of Obama's Peace Prize Award. How could, and these people are rich. Crazy. How do you get rich and defend Obama's Peace Prize Award? And to whom Epstein offers a ride back to Europe on his jet. The next morning, it's Ehud Barak, important name, the former Israeli prime minister, for breakfast. Barak is over his omelet, able to defend both Obama and Putin. Then a high-ranking official from the Obama White House, whose name I am asked not to use. There follows a high-ranking official from the Obama White House, whose name I am asked not to use. Could it be, does it rhyme with Schmo Fiden? I don't know. There follows the former head of the UN Security Council, Hardeep Puri, and then head of the Central Bank of Kazakhstan, Kairat Kelimbetov. Then Nathan Mirvoid, the former chief technology office at Microsoft. Then Martin Nowak, a professor of biology and mathematics and director of the program for evolutionary dynamics at Harvard, the institute that Epstein has funded with $30 million. Part of Nowak's research has to do with trying to describe cancer mathematically. Epstein preempts Nowak's explanation, think of cancer the same way as you think of a terrorist group. The NSA has been able to thwart a great number of terrorism acts by intercepting communication signals from one terrorist to another. That same dynamic, a form of signal intelligence or finding a terrorist in Europe, can be used to intercept communication between cancer cells. Cancer cells merely communicate in protein code rather than electronic code. If you can decode what the signals are saying, you can jam those signals between terrorist calls, essentially wipe out their cell phones. Likewise, if you could decode biological signals, you can jam them too. That's the holy grail. That's the cure for cancer. Dude, this is like me when I was with my friend. I had like a nerd friend. I was also a nerd, but me and my nerd friend in like second grade, we would just sit and like come up with ideas like, how can we make a time machine? What if we had like a mirror ball? We need to get it to travel at the speed of light. And so the only way you could go at the speed of light is if you could encapsulate yourself in light and essentially become light. So if we had some sort of ship that was surrounded by mirrors with lights inside, so you need lights with mirrors where all the light bounces off, and basically you're encapsulated in light and have light going outwards, and you introduce yourself into a beam of light and it becomes part of the light. Now you can travel at the speed of light. You can time travel into the future. We thought of this in second grade. We also thought about genes we could splice of different creatures to make a giant tarantula. We're like, oh, well, we need lobster genes in there because it needs an exoskeleton. Otherwise, its legs are going to collapse under its own body weight. We're trying to figure out how to elephant genes to make it big, spider genes because it's a spider, lobster genes for an exoskeleton so it doesn't collapse under its own weight. This sounds like me and Steven talking in second grade. That's what this sounds like. But these people are multi-billionaires. Then Richard Axel, a Nobel Prize winner in physiology. Then Ron Barron, who has $26 billion under management in his Barron Fund. Then Josh Harris, the co-founder of Apollo Global Management, $164 billion under management, and owner of the New Jersey Devils and the Philadelphia 76ers. While other kids were coloring. Yes, pretty much. That's what I was doing while the other kids were coloring. That's what I was basically like Tesla. I just came up. I was like, well, I don't want to say I was like Epstein, but I guess that's what you could do when you just make stuff up and doodle in notebooks all day and just wait till something pops off. The question is why, in the face of such disgrace, with the paparazzi so near, the high and mighty still come. See, there's typos in this. Perhaps simply that it's intelligence of a high order, not just market-moving information, but Epstein and Summers trying to unravel the conundrum of zero interest rates, or Epstein and Noam Chomsky on memory and language, or Epstein TK, telekinesis? Is that what they mean by TK? What goes on at Epstein's house might seem just to confirm everyone's worst fears about power and the powerful. It's all insider stuff. But the conversations at Epstein's are the conversations I suspect that rich men dream of. But in the real world, such a button-down and agenda-driven place are actually hard to have. That's Jeffrey, says Mort Zuckerman, whose paper, The Daily News, is ever vitriolic in its coverage of Epstein, with a twinkle in his eye. On Epstein's part, there is a wink in his Paris apartment, 10,000 square feet on the Avenue Foch, a neighborhood otherwise occupied by foreign potentiates. There is a stuffed baby elephant in his living room. That is the elephant in the room. Epstein says, too, it's a reminder that elephants have 23 copies of tumor suppressor genes and humans only have one. The single book on his bedside table is Lolita. He is, beyond the joke, a great Nabokov fan. Epstein has a yet more structural explanation as to why, after prison and with continuing tabloid infamy, he can maintain his valued place. It comes back, not unexpectedly, to the nature or the needs of money. At a certain level of finance, almost everyone is allied with an institutional interest. You are part of the government, or you want to be in government, or you are connected to a bank or other portfolio, or you have a key relationships with certain corporations or industries because of my situation. I have none of that. I have no institutional ties, which makes me in some sense one of the few wholly independent sources of information and actual honest brokers. That's the usefulness of disgrace. We got to come in publishing, transitional kindergarten in education, and team kill in gaming. We've got to find a less demeaning name for smart children, people who lean into fueling their healthy curiosities, and sounds ugly, and it's make lazy, dim people feel better about themselves. Which word? Autism? Or nerd? Oh, yeah, nerd. Nerd sounds ugly. And like it's to make lazy, dim people feel better about themselves. Yeah. I agree. All right. We got a little bit left here. Three pages. In some sense, too, it is perhaps generational. Most everyone who is now of a certain age and ambition and status grew up in and found they were temperamentally suited to the era of wealth that started in the late 1970s, a meritocracy on steroids, or as Vanity Fair would dub it, the new establishment, an increasingly parallel world, a self-invented one, a further and further remove from the ordinary one. He didn't have an editor go through this. Epstein often tells his middle class to riches tale. Born in 1953 in Coney Island, father worked for the city's parks department, mother a housewife, the captain of the math team at Lafayette High School in Bensonhurst. He went on to Cooper Union, where the tuition is free. He dropped out after 2 years without a college degree. Heiress by a sleight of hand. Hence, by a sleight of hand, he got a job teaching math and physics at Dalton in 1974. A few years ago, during a chance encounter with the former Dalton math department chairman, Margot Gumport, I asked her about Epstein. She said he was the most brilliant math teacher at Dalton in her 50-year career, and that she had often wondered what had become of him. Dalton fathers perhaps sensed in him a young man on the make. Punch Salzberg, the publisher of the New York Times and a Dalton father at the time, tried to recruit Epstein to come to the Times. Epstein recounts a story of riding with Salzberg in the wood-paneled station wagon to the family's country estate, and Salzberg talking to the chauffeur on a phone from the back seat to the front. Another Dalton father asking, wouldn't you rather be rich than a teacher, introduced him to Bear Stearns chief Ace Greenberg. Hence, Epstein, like many in the late 70s, arrived on Wall Street. If on one side of Wall Street there were the salesmen, the World of Wall Street model, on the other side there was a new sort of finance type, able to embrace a level of acute abstraction. In the past, says Epstein, investing was all about reputation and relationships. You invested in a company on the basis of who was running it. Did they have integrity? Were they married? Good family men? It was a 50s mentality, but in the 70s, options started to be traded. In essence, the first formal derivatives. The movement of this instrument is not directly attached to the stock price. The world of investing began turning from relationships to math. In a sense, I didn't really make money as much as I tried to create it. He soon became the protege of Jimmy Kane, also hired by Ace Greenberg on a whim. He met him in a bridge game, who would go on to run Bear and lose his fortune in Bear's 2006 collapse. Epstein's leave-taking or ouster from Bear was the result of politics, envy, overreaching, or a securities violation, or unclear. But no matter when he left in 1982, he took with him billionaire clients, including Marvin Davis, a real estate developer who owns 20th Century Fox, and Herb Siegel, a major media investor in the 1980s. At this point, Epstein was dating Mogul Fairchild, a television star in the new mega-rich family soap operas, Dallas and Falcon Crest. And then if the 80s were happening pell-mell in New York, they were happening at double time and catch-up speed in London. I would head to Kennedy, and on the theory that most important events in one's life are serendipitous, I wouldn't decide where I was going until I got there. 30-year-old Epstein was living a lifestyle of the rich and famous. He befriended the show star Robin Leach, on English shooting parties and country estates with Saturday night black tie dinners, where he was meeting the over the top families of Europe. At the same time, he was developing a perception, or at least a market differentiation. The hyper wealthy had different problems than the very wealthy. Dealing with $1 billion was different from dealing with 100 million. The traditional wealth service structure, an accountant, an investment advisor, a personal lawyer, and an idiot brother-in-law, became hopelessly outdated as amounts exponentially increased. You can't spend $1 billion. You can just relocate it to a different investment class. And you can't give away $1 billion without a vast staff, in effect going into the business of giving money away, yet another business you are likely to know little about. For a period, one part of his activities, he says he was recovering monies for countries looted by exiled dictators or military strongmen. Then, in his telling, he was representing a series of vastly wealthy people and families, not just doing their bidding or their investing, but helping them to navigate the ambitions of their wealth. If they had big dreams before, it's nothing to what they can have now. If early in his career, he might have seemed like the sort of George Peppard, there's a physical resemblance, in Breakfast at Tiffany's, a charming hustler. Later, he's George Peppard in Banasek, a smart and astute operator. At just about this point in the narrative, the incredulity about Epstein began to circulate in social circles. Epstein had acquired the major symbols of wealth, but without position, public holdings, or obvious paper trails. He is a questionable substrata of wealth without institutional credentials or bona fides. He's a freelancer. That's the rub. He doesn't work for anyone. It seems weird. It doesn't make sense. Sure, Goldman Sachs partners and tech geniuses, they might have stratospheric wealth, but what to make of a Coney Island Zieg-like no-namer? In 1994, just at the moment when Prince Charles was on television acknowledging his love for Camilla Parker Bowles, Jeffrey Epstein was sitting with his arms around Princess Diana at a dinner at the Serpentine Gallery in London, Diana wearing her revenge dress that evening. Graydon Carter, in his second year as editor at Vanity Fair, was also at the dinner. Epstein's rise and Carter's rise are not, with a little critical interpretation, that different. Both are a function of the age of new money. Both are helped by strategic relationships with the exceptionally wealthy. Both have made themselves up. To say that Epstein, in the company of the princess, stuck in Carter's crew would be an understatement. Epstein became one of the "what do you know about him" figures in Carter's gossip trail, a story waiting to happen. Carter once advised me not to go to Epstein's house or to accept a ride in his car, least I risk being blackmailed. Interesting. So people are telling him, people are telling this journalist, don't get in his car or you will be blackmailed. For what? I asked Carter. You can't even begin to imagine, said Carter. He joined the board of Rockefeller University. He was suddenly on the Trilateral Commission, that cabal of business people who fancy themselves and who are fancied by conspiracy buffs as running the world. He bought from his client, limited founder Les Wexner, the largest private house in Manhattan. Rumors will continue for many years that Wexner owns the house and Epstein is just squatting in it, an 18-year squat. He bought an airplane, then another. He expanded his holdings in New Mexico. He began a Xanadu-like refurbishment of his Caribbean island. A Xanadu-like refurbishment of his Caribbean island. That's the island. He befriended Bill Clinton, his new after-office life, and that would prove to be quite the fatal pairing. The post-Monica Clinton, now having pardoned the on-the-lam financier Mark Rich, at this point before his own rehabilitation, Clinton really is the world's ultimate sleazeball, was suddenly being ferried. Who's that? What'd that say? P-Fetch? P-Fetch 83, shout out. Put the dang Discord on. It's lunchtime. I'm about to end. I'm just finishing reading this and then I'm about to go. I thought there was going to be more in here, but there is some little nuggets of interesting stuff, like this part right here about Clinton. The post-Monica Clinton, now having pardoned the on-the-land financier Mark Rich, at this point before his own rehabilitation, Clinton really is the world's ultimate sleazeball, was suddenly being ferried around in the jet of who exactly? The New York Post was the first to take formal media note of the Clinton-Epstein connection.
Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Hinting at a sex and money bromance. I suppose travel with Clinton changed the arc of my life, Epstein tells me. There were, I knew, lots of obvious reasons not to do it, but having the ability to spend 100 hours with a former president just doesn't happen to many people. I met Epstein around this time on the flight out of TED. Not long after this trip, Epstein's assistant called to invite me for tea at his house in New York, where Epstein, with what seemed to me little understanding of the subject, began to ask me about media, the upside, downside, and nature of media coverage. Epstein's flirtation with the media would result in his backing an unsuccessful effort, of which I was a part, to buy New York Magazine in 2004. New York Magazine was then soliciting him for a profile, as was Vanity Fair, who had assigned the British tabloid journalist Vicky Ward to the job. Both profiles, New York's by Landon Thomas, pivot on the Clinton connection and detail the same quandary. How a man without clear institutional bona fides nevertheless achieved such a wealth and influence. Epstein, sensing that he might be exposing himself, called Carter and said he was having second thoughts about being a public figure. Then you should have lived in a 2-bedroom apartment in Queens, responded Carter. And then the real troubles began. Epstein had a prodigious massage parlor out-call habit, especially in Palm Beach, with its many Jack Shacks. After Epstein's round of publicity and widely touted association with Clinton, the stepmother of one of the massage parlor girls who went to Epstein's house called the police. The police interviewed the girl, who was TK at the time, but whose website identified her as 18. TK. What's TK? Who was TK? TK at the time. I'm guessing he's saying she was underage at the time, but her website identified her as 18. And the girl supplied the names of other girls, some of whom were also younger than 18. So he starts getting massages and happy endings. He calls up a girl who on her website says she's 18. She comes out, turns out she's underage. And then, it's not clear if he finds out immediately that she's underage, but then she starts calling in other girls. So now, granted, grain of salt here, Michael Wolff is also a scumbag, I think. So maybe he's covering for Epstein, but the way this reads, Epstein, the first girl that he has come to his house, he thinks she's over 18. And then she starts calling younger girls. That's what Michael Wolff is saying in this article. It's not an article. He couldn't get this published. But he wrote this after spending time with Epstein. He was scared to get it published because they'd say, well, you're hanging out with him too. This is in the email dump. But Ben Smith from Semaphore talked to Michael Wolff and wrote a story about this. And now that's what we're reading. In the end, the police tracked down 18 girls, 9 of whom were under 18. The others were in their 20s and 30s. One woman was in her 60s. Dang, Grandma. A number of whom gave statements describing happy ending massages, although the nature of the allegations will dramatically grow into threesomes and forced sexual encounters. Hold on. So wait. So at first, all the girls just say they gave happy ending massages. But the nature of the allegations will dramatically grow into threesomes and forced sexual encounters. Nobody at this point alleged anything more than this. Epstein called in Dershowitz, who flew into Palm Beach to put local authorities in their place, alienating Palm Beach officialdom and further amping up the profile of the case. Also brought in Roy Black, the famous criminal attorney who defended William Kennedy Smith in his rape trial in Palm Beach. The release by Palm Beach authorities of the depositions of the 18 girls describing the incremental details of the sex act. The timing of the charges coming just after Rush Limbaugh's high-profile Palm Beach drug bust. The Clinton connection, and then, with the sudden interest of the Bush FBI in the case, moved the case from solicitation to scandal in a plea deal with a sentence of 18 months. He got out of jail in 2009, serving 13 months, and moved mostly seamlessly back into his life to the shock of tabloids whenever they are reminded of his existence. Notably, when Epstein's payment of Fergie's debt slipped out, likely leaked by Fergie herself. He paying Fergie's debts? Also, why you in debt, Fergie? Fergalicious definition get the pay for Epstein. I like to get the money and I feel like kind of pepping. What the heck? It's 1 p.m. here. What's up, P. Fletch? Thank you for the sub, by the way. I'm an old troll and set in my ways. We like old trolls. Where was I? Fergie. We were talking about Fergie. Shout out Fergie. Getting Epstein's paying off Fergie's debts. How many happy endings she have to do? Some things changed. While surprisingly few others dropped him, the Clintons did. An irony of the present tabloid interest in Epstein's old address book with its many Clinton contacts. And his sex offender status has transformed him from libertine playboy to pedophile in tabloid parlance. While he has regularly entertained PR proposals aimed at his public rehabilitation until Gates prodded him and until his recent renewed tabloid fever, Epstein had concluded that he was perfectly satisfied living behind high walls and in his own exclusive club. Even the recent Dershowitz Prince Andrew chapter seems like a parallel disturbance rather than something that is actually affecting him. Bad press is not something actually bad, he notes, trying to balance perception and reality. But true or not, the story has taken on a life of its own, with the U.S. and British tabloid press continuing, so far unsuccessfully, to search for a smoking gun connecting Clinton to underage girls, which could have, many obviously hope, the effect of derailing the Hillary Clinton presidential campaign. It is a curious attribute of his character that, right, you know what's crazy is, so this is during the time that Hillary is running against Trump. And Michael Wolff is writing this, and there's no mention of Trump. There's a lot of mentions of Clinton. I find that odd. He even specifically puts that now Wolff is not accusing Clinton of doing anything, but he's saying Clinton was good friends with Epstein. Tabloids are trying to find a connection with Clinton and young girls to derail the Hillary Clinton campaign. But it seems like he would just be like, oh, and by the way, Trump was there sucking off Bubba. But he doesn't say that. Maybe, to be fair, there's like a page left, so maybe he will. Actually, I think we already read there's no mention of Trump in this, but we'll see. It is a curious attribute of his character that, other than perhaps being more circumspect about what legal advice to follow, Epstein would have done little differently. When I suggested recently to Epstein that one obvious way to blunt the animus bearing down on him would be to get married, he said he'd rather go back to jail. His life, living it as he wants, seems to him to be an extraordinary accomplishment. Being on the wrong side of morality, custom, politics, feminists, and media, and the media. That's just a bit of bad luck. And it is perhaps his attitude of his that irks his critics the most. Although he has spent more than a year in jail and paid out what may be as much as $20 million, he yet seems somehow to have gotten away with it. That worst sin of all. He is the unrepentant catch-all of up-to-the-minute badness. The financier whose wealth is a product of Wall Street math rather than work. A rich, middle-aged white man who not only parades his wealth and entitlement, but has a Peter Pan complex to boot. An insistent playboy, pedophile, in a correct and prudish world. Someone who somehow didn't get the memo about vast changes in mores and culture. Mores and culture, maybe morals. But Epstein's friends, and I think that is, in the end, the best word for the powerful people who orbit him, are willing to take him as he comes. Epstein is their confidant, not the only nexus of them, but one of them. Dr. Epstein lay on my couch. As he is everybody's confidant, everybody becomes his confidant. This is the back and forth, the power loop. His expertise is knowing what other people know, which surely offers a unique sense of confidence that it is possible to understand how the world works. And in a time of such radical flux and existential instability, everybody wants to seek out someone who might have some answers or at least make you feel like he does. Even, and maybe especially, the rich. In the last days of my interviews with Epstein, he was called by a particular world stage individual. Is this Trump? Among the richest and most powerful, proudly Louche himself. Louche? What does that mean? Louche. Proudly Louche himself, who, feeling out of his depth in a world of crashing oil prices and wild currency fluctuation, had come to believe he might benefit from some private tutoring. Epstein welcomed him to the club. Feeling out of depth in a world of crashing oil prices and wild currency, I come to believe he might. It kind of leaves us with a cliffhanger there. In the last days, he was called by a particular world stage individual among the richest and most powerful, proudly Louche himself, who, feeling out of his depth in a world of crashing oil prices and wild currency fluctuation, had come to believe he might benefit from some private tutoring. Probably an oil baron or something. But that could be referring to Trump, like a little hint there at the end. He dropped a little hat nod, but that could be anybody. Huh. Well, a lot of stuff there. I don't know. So the guy who wrote that is the guy from this email. From this email right here. And they're talking about how to blackmail Trump. Is that your smoking gun, lefties? That's what you got? I don't know. Anyway, it's 2 p.m, guys. I got to get to sleep. It's my bedtime. It was my bedtime like an hour ago, so I'm going to head out. Is anybody live? Let's in my little puny raid somewhere. Fergalicious definition make the coco loco. We'll go to American Anchor Baby. It's been a while since we went over to American Anchor Baby. But I think he's probably going to end. Well, no, he started at 1:45. Friday chill stream. I return of Jesse's plantation. I think he's just playing video games over there. No clue what the... Yeah. There was a lot of typos in that. I think that was like a rough draft or something. He didn't get it edited. So there was a lot of typos and punctuation errors and stuff. It seemed like a rough draft. But he never got it published. He was scared to get it published. That's what Ben Smith said. So anyway, I'll probably maybe do one more debate prep stream when I actually write up my opening. We'll talk about this a little more. But other than that, this is enough for a little while. I got a lot of notes and stuff, and I'll be working on other stuff in the background. But next week, or probably maybe after Thanksgiving, I'll probably do one more stream where I type up my opening and we go over some last minute things, and then the debate will be December. I keep about to say February again. December. What do I think? It's January right now. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm kind of retarded. But I'm gonna go say hi to the Anchor Baby, and I'll catch you guys tonight. I'll be live. We'll go on VK, and then afterwards we'll be streaming here. And then tomorrow night, the plan is to go on Grid One's debate show. So we'll go on two debate panel contests this weekend. I'm trying to win some money. Nah, either way, I don't care about the money. I just want to hang out. I do like money though. But speaking of, hit up the Cash App or Super Chat or something. But I failed the grift. We're slack. I gotta change this dono bar, by the way. We gotta just make a big dono bar for a new car fund. I need to get a whip. That's the goal now. We gotta save up for a whip. But I'll see you guys later. Thank you for hanging out. God bless. I'm out. Peace.